buenos días. Les
Good
damos la
morning.
bienvenida al
We would like to
tercer y
welcome
último
everyone
día
to the third and
del
last day
intercambio de experiencias
of the
nacionales e
experience,
internacionales sobre mujeres
international
y
national
tráfico,
experience exchanges
organizado
of
por la
women in
Oficina de
drug
Justicia
trafficking
General de
organized by the
Colombia
Ministry
y
of
la
Justice and
Organización
Law
de
in
Policía
Colombia
contra la
and the
Droga y el Tráfico en Colombia.
UNODC in Colombia.
Agradecemos a las personas que se
We would like to
conectan en este
thank all
momento
the
desde
people who are
diferentes
connecting
regiones
themselves
de
from
Colombia
different
y del
regions
mundo.
in Colombia
Les
and from around the
recordamos
world.
que la
We would
transmisión
like to remind you the translation of
ser
this
observada
event
por el canal de YouTube de
can be
UNODC
seen
Colombia
through
en
YouTube
idioma
of
inglés y español
UNODC in
y
Colombia
también
in
por el
English and
canal
in
de
Spanish,
Facebook del
and
Ministerio
also
de
through
Justicia y
the
de
Facebook
Género.
channel of the Ministry of
El día
Justice
de
and Law.
apertura de este evento abordamos
The
el
day of
tema de
the
mujer,
opening,
tráfico y
we
producción de curtiduría
addressed the
ilícita y
topics of
evaluamos
women
el rol
and
de las
in
drogas y las
illicit
agropartidas en la
crops.
producción y
We
comercio.
spoke about the roles in the
Los
illicit
cultivos de
production
coca, marihuana
of
y
all the
amapola, pero
coca
también
crops,
la
marijuana
preocupación
crops, and
por
poppy
el desarrollo
crops as well,
alternativo
but also
de
about the
estas
alternative
unidades.
development plans that
El
we have
día de ayer
for them. Yesterday,
pasamos al segundo eslabón de la
we
cadena
went to the
y
second
hablamos sobre
link
el
of the
tráfico y
chain, and we spoke
comercialización de
about the
drogas ilícitas
traffic and
desde un
trade of
abordaje
illicit
social
drugs
criminal
from
con una perspectiva de género. Y
a
para ello
view
pasamos
of
por
the
los roles que
public
juegan las
policies, and
mujeres
we went through
en
the
la
roles that
comercialización
women go
de
through in
drogas
the trade
ilícitas,
of
con
illicit
la mirada
drugs,
al encarcelamiento de estas
a view
mujeres
to
y
the
de la libertad, el
deprivation
tema de la
of
política
liberty of
penal
these
y
women,
también
also
el
the
rol de
criminal
la Administración de
policies
Justicia
topic,
en
and
víctimas de
also
delitos de drogas.
justice administration for these
El día
women
de
who
hoy,
are arrested for
cuatro
drug
grandes
trafficking.
bloques
Now,
temáticos,
today we have
dos de
4
la
more
mañana y
blocks, 2 in the
2 de
morning
la
and
tarde.
2 in the
Abordaremos el
afternoon.
último eslabón de
We
la
will be
cadena,
addressing the
el
last
consumo
link
de
in
drogas
the
desde
chain,
la
the consumption of
interseccionalidad.
drugs from a
Para
gender
darle
prospect.
introducción a este tema tan
This.
importante, daremos
Now,
paso con
to
una
give this
conferencia de apertura a
important
cargo de
start,
la
we were
doctora
going to
Nuria Romo.
begin with Dr.
La
Nubia
doctora
Roja.
Nuria Romo es
Dr. Nubia
antropóloga
Roja,
de antropología social
Nubia
de la
Romo, she's
Universidad
an
de Granada.
anthropologist and
Las investigaciones
from,
que ha
social
dirigido desde
anthropologist
la
from the
perspectiva de
Granada
género han buscado aplicar
University,
la
where she had
perspectiva
done
de
some
género
research
a
for
la
the perspective
utilización
of gender,
de
for the
drogas
use and
y
abuse
ha
of
desarrollado una
drugs,
investigación
and have
etnográfica sobre
developed
el público.
researches that have achieved
Su línea de
to reach the
investigación y el
public
equipo con el que
side.
trabaja en un campo
With the team that she works in
interdisciplinar
the
emergente
interdisciplinary
le permite
field
publicar en revistas
has allowed her
científicas,
to
sobre
publish,
todo en las destinadas a los
especially
estudios de
on
juventud
the
y de
ones that have
drogodependencia
this
desde la
near of youth
perspectiva de género.
and from the
Es
gender
autora y
perspectives.
coautora de más
She's
de
an author and
89
co-author of more
publicaciones
than
que se
89
encuentran en títulos de
publications,
revistas,
those that we
libros
have
y
articles in
conferencias.
magazines, books, and book
Pertenece al
chapters as
programa
well.
oficial de
She
doctorados
belongs
en
to the
género,
official
mujeres,
program of
desarrollos y prácticas de
PhDs
género,
for women
programa
and
de doctorado
gender
en la Universidad
practices in
Universidad de Granada.
social sciences from the
También ha sido
University of
subdirectora
Granada.
y
She
directora del
has been a
Instituto
subdirector and
Universitario de
director of the
Investigación en
University
Estudios
Institute of
de las
Researches
Mujeres y el
for
Género de
the
la
Women's
Universidad de
Studies
Granada.
and Gender Studies from the
Damos la
Universidad of
bienvenida a
Granada.
la
We
doctora
would like
Nubia,
to
dándole las gracias por
welcome
aceptar
Dr.
nuestra
Nubia,
invitación. Tiene usted la palabra.
thanking her for receiving our invitation. Thank you very much to the organization for the invitation and for this event at the moment that we're proposing. Which,
No se le escucha nada. No se le escucha nada.
Pero está el micrófono activado.
Te oímos, Nuria, puedes continuar.
Bueno, pues decía que gracias a la organización
okay, so I was saying that thank you to the organization for
plantear este evento tan sugerente,
proposing this
que
event
se están planteando tantas
where they're
preguntas y
proposing
áreas de
so many
debate y de reflexión,
questions
sobre todo
and
lo que tiene que ver con la inclusión de la perspectiva de género en el mundo de la drogodependencia. Nosotros somos un equipo de investigadores e investigadoras
we are a team of
de la
researchers
Universidad de Granada en
from
España.
the Granada University.
Llevamos tiempo abordando
We
y
have
estudiando cómo
been
todo
addressing
esto
and
se
studying
vincula con
these
la perspectiva de
topics
género
of
en el mundo de
in
la
regards to the
drogodependencia.
gender and drug
Somos un
abuse.
equipo multidisciplinar
We are a
que estamos
multidisciplinary
ubicados
team.
en un instituto
We
de
are
investigación de estudios feministas
located in the
que tiene
Research
la
Institute
Universidad de Granada, que fue uno de los
within the
primeros
Granada University
institutos universitarios
of
que
the
se
university
dedicaron
institutions.
a la inclusión de la perspectiva de género en
They're
los
in the mission
diferentes
of perspective of gender in the different fields.
Así que bueno, bebemos
So
del pensamiento feminista
we
para acercarnos
are
a un mundo
looking
que ha
from the
sido
feminist
fundamentalmente
side,
médico, epidemiológico,
fundamentally
que ha
with
mirado a la
ones from
drogodependencia con frecuencia, con una perspectiva pues, muy clínica y muy
The
epidemiológica, ¿no? Así que
perspective that is
ante esta
epidemiological.
complejidad de
So
la
here,
investigación que venimos realizando. Ayer por la tarde una de las ponentes que participó comentaba cómo este era un mundo poco agradecido, y yo diría que no solamente es un mundo poco agradecido, sino que es extremadamente complejo, ¿no? Y si las drogodependencias en sí son complejas, complejas a la hora de entender, de comprender por qué ocurren, qué efectos tienen, qué consecuencias tienen para las sociedades. Cuando se incluye la perspectiva de género, esto se hace todavía mucho más complejo, ¿no? En esta pequeña introducción yo quería plantear el tema de las violencias, pero primero me gustaría señalar que cuando hablamos de violencia en el mundo de las drogodependencias, no podemos hablar de violencia solamente física, sino que hay otras muchos tipos de violencia que hacen referencia a las desigualdades que el heteropatriarcado marca y construye en nuestras sociedades y que son violencias que generalmente se plantean de forma simbólica, social, cultural y que reflejan pues toda esa desigualdad que el sistema de género genera sobre la vida de las mujeres, ¿no? Y que puede ser sexual, puede ser psicológica, puede ser simbólica o puede ser física en el caso de la violencia de género, ¿no? Así que me gustaría plantear al inicio cómo entiendo género y desde dónde miramos nosotros al género, ¿no? Yo creo que el género tiene que verse en drogodependencia en un marco interseccional. Varones y mujeres no son grupos homogéneos y binarios, es decir, que la definición de las mujeres no puede ser solo biológica y basada sobre la idea de mujer blanca de clase media o heterosexual, ¿no? Así que las experiencias de género con las drogas convergen en múltiples realidades sociohistóricas y culturales. Se viene observando muy bien en los debates que se han planteado en los días previos de este evento, ¿no? Y la interseccionalidad es una categoría teórica y metodológica que en el marco de los estudios de género puede usarse para analizar cómo distintos tipos de poder y o normatividades restrictivas, basadas muchas veces en categorizaciones socioculturales, son construidas discursivamente, institucional o estructuralmente, y ahí se genera género, pero también género, etnicidad, clase, sexualidad, edad, generación, discapacidad, nacionalidad, lengua materna, y todas ellas interactúan, siguiendo a Likert, al hacerlo produciendo diferentes tipos de desigualdades sociales y relaciones sociales que son injustas. Así que género se une a etnicidad, se une a clase social, y todo eso son elementos muy importantes para entender la percepción y acción frente al riesgo que supone consumir sustancias psicoactivas y que están relacionadas, al fin de cuentas, con la estructura social y con otros muchos aspectos socioeconómicos, ¿no? En nuestra sociedad, las mujeres, las minorías étnicas, las clases sociales más desfavorecidas, no parecen alcanzar el mismo reconocimiento en los contextos sociales cuando llevan a cabo conductas de riesgo, ¿no? Y especialmente cuando están mal situados en la estructura social.
And now, when we have, I am getting a very bad signal. I'm getting feedback and hearing the conversation like 3 times. It's very difficult for me to translate.
Y las chicas destacan en conductas que tienen que ver con consumos muy intensivos de alcohol o de tabaco, mientras que los chicos son mucho más prevalentes en esas conductas que tienen que ver con la violencia o con la inseguridad vial, ¿no? Y ahí estamos viendo cómo el género está interaccionando con la edad, pero también sabemos que la clase social o la posición social de los adolescentes los perciben en situaciones diferentes desde el punto de vista de lo social y afectan a las conductas de riesgo que asumen, ¿no? Así que
We
bueno,
have one of
what
has to do is with the
the
building of an identity, that we're not only biological beings, transformatively, but how we manage to have the identity. So, from here, for us to be able to speak of gender, we have to talk about inequities too. So we have to see the process, how it is shown, and how they can systematically have a way so that they can have between men and women or the provision of the health services. For example, in societies with high gender inequity, they're not healthy. Women are not healthy at all, in such a way that inequities of health impact about drug consumption. So, one of the first prudence we can see to visualize when you look at gender inequity of women consumption and how they are basically invisible, they're mostly forgotten. So now we have to think that drugs has actually been associated with illegality in such a way that those risk factors are considered drug addictions, even though they're legal drugs. But a good part of women consumption in the public agenda. So the public policies, when you have illegal substances and they're visualized so that you can see how they consume, women are going to actually look as if they disappeared absolutely from the map. Those who regulate the drug consumption, that consumption is made invisible. And among women, that's fundamental in respect of those legal substances. At the time when the drug consumption and the illegality have to be made so that they can prevail. So if you could have one centered in the illegality of the substances and the consumption of those substances, from the gender standpoint, it actually makes it impossible to intervene because they're not visible. And then we can have all these secondary effects and to generate problems in the long term. So the global trend in the data that we have been able to study is that men consume more drugs and in greater quantity. Now, what we have here in the different countries is that women do not consume drugs. No, they do, but they consume substances that are legal substances. That's what women do. So, not only do they consume the prevalent legal drugs, but they consume illegal drugs, while women actually consume legal drugs. That tendency of women to go on the legal side, it has to do with a gender system. And that is the roles that they have and the actions that they must take. Women end up being consumers of legal substances, or by the studies that we have been making, even before the system was turned into a punitive system, they will consume all those drugs. And this provisionist system will have these women to have the consumptions within the legality, are the ones that don't break the rules, and doesn't generate what is invisible. So the people who are sexual, they have the different ways, and they have these different perspectives by the fact that they can see they're from different identities in respect of the risk conducts that one is exposed to. So we can see that these gender patterns is nothing different from what you see from regular society. And in the world of drugs, it's the same way. And this gender that you have in these societies. And the gender roles are fundamental for the mandate of the ease, the mandate of the roles that they have. So the women that actually break with these illegal drugs, they have actually broken the gender sort of structure and they've crossed the line, so to speak. And obviously, as soon as they do that, they're stigmatized because they're few that they have the pretensions. And when they do so, they're extremely intense in this social protection that they receive. So I think that if there is a universal consumption that is prevalent in women, is of psychopharmaca that are legal. And there we start in a game that actually breaks in a great chunk the legality of the system. They are obtained through doctors, and then they pass in the population to other sorts of consumption that become illegal. So the consumption of women has something to do with the protectionist system that we have, so that the failures that we have within the system are constituting a public health problem. The consumption of drugs are consumptions that are had within the family. They don't have any social impact. They're actually invisible drug consumption. So this makes it to generate less problems in respect of how males consume illicit and illicit drugs. There are many aspects in the world of drug consumption, and we do not have enough data to conclude and to realize what type of drugs that are medicinal drugs that they are consuming. In general, this is a context that are very different to what males do. They have had some medications that are used for pregnant women or newborns, and they use and abuse those drugs for the effects of those substances. Also, we must keep in mind that the substances beginning to study all these consumers of drugs that were associated with the age and with the sex that they had. So, last decade had a prevalence of consumption. Changes that are produced in societies because of the situations that women have been exposed to and associated with the work that they have and the resources that they have available. This has to do
Lo que se viene observando, por ejemplo, en los países europeos, en España en concreto, es un aumento progresivo del consumo de alcohol y de tabaco entre las chicas en las edades más jóvenes, ¿no? El cannabis es la única sustancia de comercio ilegal que rompe esa tendencia general de que los varones son los principales que consumen sustancias ilegales. Probablemente, por lo menos en España, tenga que ver con que es una sustancia normalizada y es una sustancia aceptada socialmente y relacionada en muchos casos más que con el uso recreativo, con el uso médico o con el consumo entre determinados grupos que tienen unas razones específicas para consumir, ¿no? O sea, no se asocia a ilegalidad. Pero en general, por ejemplo, en España, si nos vamos a las encuestas sobre consumo, podemos ver prevalencias de consumo. Si nos vamos a las encuestas sobre consumo de drogas en población general, los varones siguen siendo más de todas las sustancias, son más prevalentes, pero si nos vamos a las encuestas que se realizan en adolescentes o en población de 14 a 18 años, ahí la tendencia cambia. El alcohol es la sustancia más consumida. En España, por ejemplo, aproximadamente un 80% de los adolescentes entre 14 y 18 años consumen alcohol, y eso viene siendo un parámetro muy estable en las encuestas que se realizan sobre el consumo de drogas, igual que en el tabaco, el 40% en la última encuesta en España, y en ambas sustancias las chicas ya son más prevalentes. En el caso del alcohol es muy curioso que no solamente son más prevalentes sobre todo los consumos más intensivos, ¿no? Y hay una sustancia en la que las mujeres consumen más que los varones en cualquier momento de su vida y en cualquier franja de edad. Y son los psicofármacos, con o sin receta. Si en
with or
España
without
vamos
any prescription. If in Spain,
sobre
you go to the surveys
realizadas en población adolescente,
that have been
sobre
carried
las
out
encuestas realizadas en población general, en
in the
ambos
general
casos,
population,
las mujeres consumen más psicofármacos que los
women
varones.
consume more
El consumo de psicofármacos se
the,
repite en
of
muchos
psychopharma.
casos.
This
También,
is repeated in many
podría
cases,
estudiarse en base a
and we
otros
can study it
datos,
based
la venta
on all the data,
la venta en farmacia, la prescripción,
the
etcétera.
sale of
Yo me centro en los
this
datos
medicine in drugstores over the counter,
legales que realizan de encuestas
the
sobre
illegal
uso
ones,
de drogas ilegales que realizan en
and the
España
surveys they carry out on the illegal and legal use of
y que recogen
drugs.
este consumo en
And
de
this
manera
consumption
comparativa entre chicos y chicas.
is being
La
reported
Organización de
in a
Estados
comparative way
Americanos
among
en el
children.
2019 publicó
From
unos datos que
2019,
hacían referencia a todo
we
este
have some
tema
data that make
de la
reference
del
to,
Caribe, y cuando hablaban de estudiantes
and when they were
secundarios
speaking
de
about
enseñanza
high school
secundaria,
students,
que es lo que correspondería en España a la encuesta que
which
realiza
will correspond
Víctimas
to
sobre drogas entre los
this
estudiantes
nature
también de enseñanza
of
secundaria,
drugs that are being used by
hablaban de
high
que
school
la
students, they were
prevalencia del
saying that
consumo, por ejemplo,
the
de
prevalence of
alcohol eran muy
consumption
similares entre
was
chicos
very
y chicas.
similar
No
to
quiere decir que
among
la
boys and
tendencia
girls.
sea igual en número
So
de
the trend
estudiantes,
here
probablemente
is the same, but
sigue cambiando
perhaps
unos similares, ¿no? Y es que las chicas salen, están en entornos
it
recreativos,
was
y
a,
no solo
because
entornos
women go
recreativos,
out
sino
in a
consumen alcohol.
recreational
Y
way,
volvía también a marcar que los
and
estados
it would
en
also mark
Latinoamérica y el Caribe,
in the
cómo hay
Latin America and the
del
Caribbean,
consumo
there's a higher
de
prevalence of
interacción médica entre las mujeres
painkillers
escolares y entre
among
los países, ¿no?
high school girls in all these Latin American countries. If we will go to the data in Argentina, Uruguay, Colombia, girls who are in institutes and universities, these girls use more drugs than the guys do. This takes us to say, because of this consumption, the government will also speak about the violence that these girls go through. Sorry, I cannot interpret. I'm listening to two different conversations. It's very difficult to understand. And it has a complex triangle, which has something to do with the medicine that's being prescribed and the prescription, perhaps because they're feeling sick, and in an inequality of women. So violence because of the invisibility of this and how they control this illness, and
las propias sociedades han llevado a generar la idea muy consensuada en el mundo de que estos son consumos de mujeres que son
and this is being seen in the consumption of women with the pharmaceuticals,
probablemente conexionando de manera muy estrecha con esa
the
idea
drugs
de la
which is
estrella,
being managed in a very narrow way,
una persona
and
inestable psicológicamente,
looking at women, making women seem that they're unstable people,
momentos de su vida, ¿no?
especially in some moments of their life. So I believe this implies for those women who had this prevalence in during their teenage life. But what we do know is that this psychopharma, we know that this survey is been done with illegal drugs. Think about, you know that in Spain, there's a 22 population of the have used drugs in one moment in their life, and this is increasing. And this psychoactive drugs consumption is going to rise. So this violence, but there's also violence when they use these substances. And what they normally do is take away their treatment. One thing is to be ill, one thing is to be sick because of the consumption of or addiction of the consumption of these drugs. And we know that women are going through a situation that is different of inequality than the men are going through when they need treatment. So there are so many open questions in this dependency and without an answer. So this station of the women that are going through these treatments, because women have very low presence in these treatments, and that's why they abandon these programs. They make part of the treatment system. And what relation is there with gender violence in this consumption of drugs? And to verify, to see which treatments are the best for them. And this appears from the professional networks in Spain with very little evidence in the last several years.
Actually, review the scientific evidence in general. I think we can highlight that certain of the programs that we have for males are mostly, and another one is that the female presence that we have in the treatment, it has negative repercussions. Women, when they have problems of substance abuse, and then for them to have an effective treatment, depending on the circumstances, they can change. And I think an element that we have in tackling the problems of gender violence, I think that a key element of drug dependency is how the victims of gender violence are linked to drug consumption. When women are victims of gender violence, they have double set of difficulties to actually have assistance, this difficulty to leave that abusive relationship. So they have this relationship between dependency and violence, a greater difficulty to reintegrate to society, and then they're stigmatized, and then they have a lack of resources. So the consequences in respect of health and the gender violence that we have tested in the team, we know that this gender violence provokes a whole set of effects on the health at the physical level, and very often this is tied to a problem of addiction or substance abuse. Also, of course, the women that have a violent, that are subjected to gender violence, they consume drugs, and sometimes it is possible that the economic effects that they have makes the situation even more complex. We know that 1 of every 10 women is going to live a situation of sexual violence or physical violence that affect the health. So we don't have clear data as to which of the women will have problems of gender violence. Now, in the problem that we have lived and during the pandemic that we're still living, we have had this serious impact throughout this year. The first set of data that we are receiving, the gender inequity has increased. It has generated overburdens, which have had a brutal impact on employment of women. The inequities in the employment has increased and it has increased the situation of gender violence. That's what data is showing now, and in the situation of violence, of the cases of violence that we have in the pandemic. So, this is curious also of this inequity that we have here in this gender violence, when it has a greater risk of mental health, and when they do have risk of mental health, there is a higher risk of consumption, of drug consumption, or drug abuse, or substance abuse. And the participants that answered our surveys, they said that they increased the consumption of pharma substances, and that was fundamentally associated with this. So the pandemic has actually accentuated everything due to inequities and to the increase of the substance abuse amongst women that has made it invisible. And we would be unable to analyze of what was considered acceptable. So for some year in 2016 in Europe, we made some studies about violence, gender violence on women, and they actually tried to analyze the cases of women who consume, and that violence was presented in several forms, several manners, and then they had this relationship as a couple of all the women in a relationship. So there was sexual violence because they were forced into prostitution at times, and some women live in some treatment centers of their rights and of their capacity, and also the social violence that they're exposed to that preserves inequities and in the access to work. So, of course, the relationship between gender violence, there are many factors that one must keep in mind. So, this increases the risk of a woman who's actually a victim of gender violence and then abuses substances. It's usually tied to gender violence, and these are multiple factors that lead to have greater set of vulnerabilities. And we know by all the studies that we have performed in the WHO, it would lead to become a greater consumer or substance abuser. So, as a motivation, the woman uses substances to sort of face violence, but also the culprit can actually encourage her to abuse certain substances to sort of bear the situation. Gender violence is not static. It evolves, it changes. I was mentioning how in Spain before, there was a complex relationship associated with gender, because now consumption is starting at an earlier and earlier age. We are now having also some samples of very intense consumption. So here we're beginning to see new situations associated with gender violence. That we had this gender violence in technology as well we're having, or any other social network where you can be bullied, and the recreational environments. We know that alcohol consumption is one of the greatest factors to lead to substance abuse, and the main effects of alcohol is the euphoria, the relaxation,
que las personas
make it that
están muy desinhibidas en los entornos donde se bebe mucho alcohol, ¿no? Y como en el caso de otras
I
drogas,
can't hear, I'm sorry.
pues, hay una afectación, se eleva el
There is an
nivel de dopamina, que
affectation
es un depresor de la función cerebral, lo que actúa sobre
of the
determinadas
brain
redes
function
neuronales que la
due to
interaccionan
substance
de manera
abuse,
que los principales
so that
efectos del alcohol, que tienen que
the
ver con la
main effects of
desinhibición,
alcohol
con la facilidad para interactuar socialmente
with the
y
ease to interact socially,
estos efectos varían dependiendo de la cantidad del alcohol que se beba
and depending on the amount of alcohol that you consume, how you propose the situation. And it would be a result of having a depressive attitude in the European countries. We have generated a, I mean, once I lost the signal, I'm sorry.
Durante tiempo sigue llamando botellón, van cambiando en la forma, los últimos 10 años han cambiado de botellones masivos a botellones más pequeños, ahora está viendo unos botellones con muchísimo más.
We have here with the ones that have a far greater intensity to celebrate the end of the pandemic, and then the characteristics that we have here of the logic. And here we have a lot of quantities that we have of alcohol, and this is all recreational, and the substances that are standardized. So at the end of the day, they're addressed in a direction. So when we have actually had this context, the people normally see that they participate because they want to enjoy themselves, they want to entertain themselves where they have they want to have fun, they want to have leisure. So in each one of the weeks, although traditionally the alcohol consumption are associated with men, in the case of adolescents, in the younger ones, we're having something that is sort of enjoyment. It is the girls that actually consume more alcohol than men. So here I want to talk here in respect of the violence, because when we have here, you have a gender possibility, you appear as sexuality as another component, and it increases the vulnerability of these young women to sexual abuse because of the use of alcohol. These are women that actually have fractured their gender system, they have fractured their sort of respect for themselves, and then in such a way that the social sanctioning has, like, of these women decide when they come closer to the illegality, but it continues to be that social sanctioning that rejects those women because they begin to break what they're having there. So therefore, of course, we have there a parity. We have a physical interest in the greater field of concentration in lesser time, and we're going to try to do some intervention with all these most vulnerable groups there. This is a space here where we actually configure the violence that has to do with the sexual violence and with the technological violence. So then we have some expectations how the social networks are actually used day in and day out to increase the socialization, but at the same time to generate some harassment or some conduct of rejection to those behaviors that actually break all the roles that impact this one. So therefore, in Spain, in the observatory that we have, we're going to have this recreational one, and women are highly encouraged to have a drug consumption to maintain, to hold the sexual relationship. So the gender violence is not static, but actually has in different forms. You can actually express them, and they end up adapting to the new context. On all these new contexts, any context that we think that the younger girls are not participating totally free, but they are actually participating.
eso, con libertad, ¿no? Y
with freedom and
y que sin embargo
with
encuentran
differences, and however,
configuraciones de la violencia
we're actually
sexual
seeing the reconfigurations of the sexual
que a fin de
violence
cuentas les restan
that at the end of the day,
les afectan desde el punto de vista de la
it is
salud,
this
desde el punto de
sexual
vista de su
liberty that actually affects from the standpoint of health and caring for themselves. So, therefore,
hay todo un debate acerca de cómo
there is an entire debate as to how these contexts
España ha habido algunos
actually can do. And in Spain, we have had very interesting spaces that have been broadcasted, like the case of the Mandana, where you actually open a debate on the vulnerability in terms of the girls when they're consuming alcohol and the social pressure to consume that alcohol, and that they are in certain behaviors where women end up being abused in their behavior, but at the time when they don't have a total control of themselves. So that has generated an entire debate here, which is interesting, so that we can reform legislation in respect of what is actual consent. And actually, we have always existed what is consent is, to a system that has a gender, that marks all these roles. And at the end of the day, we're going to see in which ones we're going to use and how women are able to have certain conducts or not. So these consumptions of these substances or not. So therefore, of course, that we are also going to have a mechanism to prevent violence, and violence actually gets worse and worse in certain consumption, because women, when they consume, there's certain context when women market certain substances. I think that this was all too clear yesterday, how violence does impact women that are part of the trafficking chain. At the end of the day, actually, women have access at the lower paid, high-risk jobs in this chain, as they mentioned, in this drug trafficking chain, as they mentioned yesterday. So we need to break that cycle so that they can approach to that retail sales that women end up doing. I think that, and with this, I think I'm going to close, that traditionally we have found that the drug dependency from the Kimber triangle, where the substance, the individual, and then you have the context in that triangle. So if you look in this triangle of Kimber, has been the fundamental basis of all the policies of drug dependencies. And now this idea to have the substance, and there's the pharma, the individual, and their characteristics, their psychological characteristics that are important in this context where you produce this consumption, without an interest as to why do we have these situations of the drugs and what effects do they have, or what effects do they have. So now, there in that triangle, one has to measure the identity. It's the formation around that gender, how a gender can generate a specific identity, but how society begins to assume like the model of what is the norms, and how do they determine the group, and how that impacts on the identity. So now we are going to have there, in the end, society are not static. Societies have many identities, sexual identities, personal identities, so they have many facades. But above all, we have to understand that differences generates inequities, and we have to intervene. Why do we abuse? How do we abuse? What effect does the abuse have? And what impact do they have on the persons that are being abused? So this is part of the reading that we have to make when we generate our policy, and what we need to change in this affair and this. And I would like to end with certain proposals. I think that it's important in order to break this punitive system that is prevailing so much, we have to start using a different type of lexicon. You cannot have legal and illegal substances, but rather you have to have different names for all these substances and another way of perceiving the substances that eliminate that egocentrism of yes, drugs are punitive. We have to speak about substances that women just end up abusing, whether they're legal or not. We need to make more visible the damages that these medications can actually make. We should have to work for more, be more sensitive and actually deal with all this substance abuse as a health problem that is very attentive to the increase of the younger girls, especially to the ones that are interested in trying tobacco or alcohol. It doesn't mean that it has less harm than the illegal substances. That's not necessarily the case. So I want to leave clear that the work that we have done in the personality, we need to do it from the social networks, and we have to see them from their capacity, and from there we're going to be able to do with the policies and to find new models that are more sensitive to women's needs. So with this, I would like to be my tiny introduction that I wish to share with you to open up the debate. And we're going to have in the rest of the day, in the morning and in the afternoon. So I would invite you to connect again to the block 1 under the title, The Consumption of Psychoactive Substances from the Health Problem. Will give continuity to this tiny introduction with which I hope that we can actually do. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen, who have been joining us today. Welcome to this exchange of national and international experiences in women and drug trafficking, important initiation from the Ministry of Justice and Law and the UNODC in Colombia. Today is going to be centered on the consumption of substances from the gender perspective. We're going to begin the first block with the use of substances and psychoactive substances in women. A public health perspective, which I am pleased to accompany, and for this, I would like to carry out some brief comments at the beginning. Without any hesitation, we already heard Dr. Novia Roma, which she emphasized it, and to incorporate the gender perspectives in the public policies on drugs, this has become an imperative to design, to implement, and to carry out these policies with gender perspectives with a special emphasis on the empowerment of women. This represents a significant advance in the reduction of gaps and inequalities in gender. Literature, as those available indicators, show how the relationships of women and men before the different substances that are labeled as drugs are different, not only in the level of consumption, but in the practices, motivations, and consequences that are linked to its use. Ms. Romo also made a lot of emphasis on this. The response of women and men are in different conditioning to that takes any strategical analysis or action should contemplate or study separately all the aspects and factors that conditions some or others. The results of these researches have manifested that men and women respond with their behaviors, their ideas, and emotions to different gender mandates. These facts make that all the preventive addressing and should contemplate in a very specific and transversal way all the differentiating aspects that operate in our society among men and women. They should be centered on the person, on their rights, on their characteristics, apart from all the social circumstances that are linked to consumption. To say a public health focus that transcends the sanitary part, which is important, but also considers all the determinants that are social, poverty, social exclusion, marginalization, and lack of opportunities. To deny these opportunities will give an incomplete perspective and very little emphasis. This gender perspective should be present among all the diagnostic phases and all the definition of attention projects for prevention of risk and damages, treatments, rehabilitations, and reinsertion. And they should be accompanied with specific measures for its application. To go in depth in these topics, we are accompanied by very recognized experts. I'm going to allow myself to mention them in the order that they're going to be lecturing. In first place, we're going to be listening to Dr. Gonzalo Barreto Núñez. Dr. Barreto works in the direction of strategics and analysis of the Ministry of Justice and Law. He's a magister in population studies, specialist in epidemiology, specialist in analysis methods of demographics, and professional specialized in the subdirection of strategy and analysis of public policies on drugs from the Ministry of Justice and Law. It's going to be followed by Dr. Ana Maria Pañuela, who works in the Ministry of Health and Social Protection in Colombia. Dr. Pañuela is professional in health, master's degree in administration, and specialized in health epidemiology and analysis of demographic methods. She counts with more than 30 years of experience in implementation, and assessment of public policies that are on population and territories, with emphasis on public health, development in the first infant, and integral or comprehensive protection on children and teenage life. Then, She's going to be followed by Dr. Suniga Nair
del Instituto de Salud
from the Health
del
Institute
National Institute of
of
Health.
the National Institute of Health.
La doctora Sumila es oficial
Dr.
del
Sumila
programa en la
is
rama de
officer
neurociencia,
in the
integradora de la división
branch
de
of
neurociencia y
neuroscience and
comportamiento del
neuroscience and
Instituto
behavior
Nacional
of the
sobre el abuso de
Institute,
drogas
National
NIDA,
Institute on
en
the
los Institutos
Abuse of Drugs,
Nacionales de
NIDA,
Salud,
in the
copreside el grupo
Health
de
Institute. She
investigación
preside
en
the
área de
research
mujeres y género,
group
diferencias,
of women
su
and gender
trabajo abarca
differences, and her
ampliamente
job
proyectos de
embarks a
investigación
broad
básica y
aspect of
preclínica
basic research
destinados a
preclinic
comprender
that is
los
destined to
mecanismos
understand all
moleculares
the
de
molecular
circuitos y de comportamiento,
of circuits and
así como las
behavior
diferencias
methods
de
as
sexo
those
en la
of
recaída en las
differences in
conductas de
sex
búsqueda de drogas. La doctora
and
Nair se
when they go
licenció
back
en
into
medicina
drugs.
y cirugía
And she
en la
specialized in
Universidad de
medicine
Bombay, India,
surgery
tras
in
lo
Bombay
cual obtuvo
University
un
in India,
doctorado
which she
de
obtained a
neurofarmacología
PhD from
en la
neuropharmacology
Universidad de
from
Cincinnati.
the
Antes de
University of
incorporarse a
Cincinnati
la
before
subdivisión
incorporating
de
herself to the
neurociencia
subdivision
integrativa
of
de la división de neurobiología y
neuroscience of
comportamiento de
neurobiology
NIDA,
and
la doctora
NIDA
Nair
behavior.
fue
Dr.
profesora
Naida
adjunta en el
was a
Departamento de
joint
Psiquiatría
professor in
y
the
Ciencias
Department of
del
Psychiatry
Comportamiento de la
and
Universidad de
Behavioral
Washington.
Science of the
Dirigió
University
un
of Washington.
programa de
She
investigación
led a
centrado
research
en
program
determinar
centered
cómo se controla
on
y
how to
altera
determine
la
and control
actividad
and
funcional
operate
de las
all the
neuronas
functional
en el
activities of the
cerebro,
neuron in
concretamente en
the
los
brain,
circuitos
concretely,
límbicos,
in those
corticales
lymphic,
e hipotalámicos en
cortical,
respuesta a las
hypothalamic,
drogas de
and
abuso
response
y a
to
los
all the
reforzadores
abuse of
no
drugs and those
farmacológicos.
reinforcers that are
Tenemos
non-pharma.
entonces tres expertos
So we have three experts
que podremos escuchar durante
that we can listen to
este primer
during
bloque y que nos
this
darán
first block
seguramente
that will
grandes
give us
aportes para contar
great
con elementos
experiences
en
so
la
we can, or
planificación de
contributions, so we
políticas e
can count this in
intervenciones.
the public
Damos
policy
la palabra
creation and
entonces
interventions.
al
Now we're going to give the
doctor
floor
Barreto.
to
Les
Dr.
pedimos, por
Barreto.
favor, a
We will
todas
ask you
las
to
personas que
please,
nos están escuchando en
those
este
who
momento,
are listening to us in this moment,
que vayan dejando sus preguntas en el chat
to
y al
start
final
leaving us
tendremos
your
entonces
questions
un plenario
via
para
chat,
responder sus inquietudes.
and then we're going
Doctor
to have a
Barreto,
Q&A session so we can
usted
answer
nos
all your
hablará
concerns. Dr.
sobre
Barreto, you
el
will be
contexto
speaking
del
to us
consumo de
on the
sustancias psicoactivas en
consumption
mujeres,
context of
comparativo de
psychoactive
estudios
use in women,
nacionales y de
comparison
consumo.
of
Tiene la
national
palabra.
studies on
Muchas
consumption. You
gracias,
have the
Margarita
floor.
María.
Margarita, Maria,
Buenos días
thank you
para
very much.
todos. Un saludo
Good morning to
especial
all.
para las personas que se
Special
encuentran
greetings to all
conectadas en la
those who
transmisión
are
de este evento.
connected in this
Como lo decía
event.
Margarita,
And
dando
as Margarita
apertura
was
a este
saying,
bloque
opening
del
this
consumo
block
de sustancias
of
psicoactivas
the
en mujeres,
consumption
una
of
mirada desde la
psychoactive
perspectiva de salud
substances
pública.
viewed
Voy a presentar un
from the
contexto
public
del
health
consumo de
perspective.
sustancias
I'm going to show you
psicoactivas en
concepts of the
mujeres a partir
psychoactive
del
consumption
análisis comparativo
among
de
women
tres
from the
estudios
comparative
nacionales de
analysis of
consumo de
three
sustancias
different national
psicoactivas.
studies on
El
this
estudio en
topic.
población general, el estudio en
Study in
población
general
de escolares,
population
el
and
estudio en
study on
población
school
universitaria,
population and also
haciendo
from the
énfasis en el
university,
comportamiento del
making
consumo de
emphasis on
sustancias
all the
psicoactivas
behaviors
en
of the
mujeres en las
psychoactive
diferentes
consumption,
mediciones
substance
realizadas.
consumption in women through all the measures that we.
La presentación
This
tiene
presentation has
5 puntos. Voy a empezar hablando de los
5 points. I'm
aspectos
going to begin to speak about
metodológicos de
the
estas
methodological
investigaciones. Enseguida ya voy a
points
entrar
of
a
these
los
researches, and
principales
then I will
resultados del
answer
estudio
the
en población
main
general. En
results
tercer
of the
lugar, voy a
population
presentar los
studies. In
resultados
third
del
place, I'm
estudio en
going to
población
present the studies
universitaria.
in
Para
university
terminar con
population,
el estudio en
and
poblaciones
then we're going
escolares.
to finish
Por
with the
último, unas
school
conclusiones.
population and its conclusions.
Desde el Observatorio de Drogas del
From the
Ministerio de
Observatory,
Justicia,
just from the
colaboración con
Ministry
el
of
con el Ministerio de
Justice,
Salud, el
together
Ministerio
with
de
the
Educación,
Ministry of Health
se
and
coordina el
the Ministry of
desarrollo de
Education, we
diferentes
have coordinated the
estudios del
development of
consumo
different
de
studies
sustancias
of
psicoactivas con el propósito de
consumption of
conocer esa
psychoactive
magnitud del
substances
consumo de
with the
sustancias
purpose again to
psicoactivas
know
a
this
nivel nacional.
expansion of the
Estos
use of these
estudios se
on
desarrollan a
national level.
partir de
These studies
una
have been
metodología
developed
que ha sido
from a
estandarizada a
methodology
nivel
that have been
internacional,
standardized
que es la
at an
metodología
international
del
level, which is a
sistema de datos
methodology
uniformes del
of the
consumo de drogas, la
uniform
metodología SIDU,
data of
una
the use of
metodología
drugs.
que
This
nos permite,
methodology
uno,
has
comparar
been one that
datos
has
al
allowed
interior
us
del
to
país con las
compare
diferentes investigaciones
within the
desarrolladas bajo
country
esta
with the different
metodología,
researches that we
y
have
dos,
carried out
comparar los
under this
resultados del
methodology,
país
and
con
also to
otros países
compare
de la
all
región
the
que
outcomes
desarrollan
of
sus
this country
estudios
with
bajo esta
different
metodología
countries from
SIDU.
the region that are
Estos
carrying their studies
estudios se
based on this
desarrollan a partir
methodology.
de
These studies
cuestionarios
have been carried out
estructurados con
from
preguntas
questionnaires that have been
estandarizadas, más
structured
o menos
with
en 500
standardized
100
questions.
variables en
More or
cada
less,
caso de
we're
estudio.
doing surveys
Se
around
indaga por cerca
100
del
people
consumo de
where
cerca de
our
20 sustancias psicoactivas compartidas.
surveying around
Y
the
acá en esta
use
tabla
of this
tenemos,
psychoactive substances and its consumption. Then in this chart, we have the general aspects of the methodology of the three researches that I am going to present to you with its outcomes. We're going to begin with the study in the general population, which is well known. These studies have been developed in people in populations of 65 years of age and all type of economical economical stratums in municipalities. And once they were chosen, we carried out from samples of these topics from different homes of these different populations and municipalities that we're going to be choosing. We choose a person from 2 to 65 years of age that answers this. And we have the population study in the school population, and this has been done from the 7th to 11th grade within the ages of 12 to 18. And at the end, we're going to see the population of universities. This one has a particularity, has been carried out in the framework of articulated work from some countries in the region by Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. And we have developed it in students from 18 to 25 years of age from public universities and private universities in each country. In each one of these studies, we have 3 measurement points. The latest study that we're going to begin with is the study in the general population that from 2019, this study has delivered a greater amount of information, greater in this population that gives us from in the range of 12 to 65 years of age. Here we have the main outcomes of the highest consumption substances in respect to the alcohol consumption. We have a reduction in the level of the country. 5 percentage points is reduced from 35.7% to 30.1% of the consumption of alcohol at a national level. We see a reduction in men and women, but it's been more seen in men, where we have a reduction of 8 percentage points. In women, this reduction was under 3 points, so it was located at 20.7 for the consumption of alcohol in the last month among women. The drugs with the use of marijuana, we see a reduction in this population of 12 to 65 years of age, a reduction of 3.2% from 20 to 2019. There's a reduction that has been explained fundamentally by the reduction of the consumption of men, where it was reduced by 1 percentage point, and in women we see a stabilization of the consumption. There's a brief increase of this substance in 1.3% for the year 2019. Within the consumption of cocaine, we see a reduction as well at a national level of 0.6%. And in 2013, we from 0.6.7 in 2013 to 0.5 in 2019, and then we see this reduction again was fundamentally explained by the reduction of the consumption within men and women. We see that has been stabilized and brief increase in the use of cocaine among women, locating itself at 0.21 of this consumption of this substance in the last year. And the global indicator of any illicit drug, the use of cocaine, bazuco, ecstasy, marijuana, and heroin, we see a reduction of from 3.4 in 2013 to 2.9 in 2019 to the consumption of illicit psychoactive substances, which is explained again because of the reduction of the use within men, where they reduce of 1 percentage point. In women, we see something has been stabilized in the use of this illicit psychoactive substances, allocating itself at 1.3, and then we see that these differences for 2013 was beyond for 1.2%, then we reduce it to 1.3 for the difference in 2019. Now, once we analyze this behavior in the consumption of psychoactives at a territorial level, among the 2 last studies, we see a great diversity. One, internally, that in the behavioral in these territories, we see a reduction, which is significant in some territories like Medellin, Antioquia, Cali, Jumbo. We see some stabilization in the consumption in departments that have presented some high prevalences in consumption, as Risaralda and Quindío, including we even identified some territories where we registered or recorded the use of psychoactive illicit substances, like in Bogotá, Norte Santander, Cundinamarca, Cauca, and
Y
Huila.
ya al hacer ese comparativo, pero
Now, once
específico
we
para
compare
mujeres,
the
en
specific
cuanto al
to women
consumo de sustancias psicoactivas ilícitas, vemos
in
un
the
mayor número de
use of
departamentos
psychoactive
de territorio
illicit
que
drugs, we
presentaron
see this
aumento
in
en el
the
consumo de sustancias
some
psicoactivas
departments and
ilícitas en
territories where they
mujeres.
show
Tenemos
the
aumento
use of these
en los
substances. We see an
departamentos de
increase
Quindío,
in the departments of
Risaralda,
Quindío,
Caldas, los tres
Risaralda,
departamentos
Caldas,
del eje
and
cafetero, vemos
the three
aumento en
departments of
Bogotá,
the
vemos
coffee
un
zone. We see a
aumento
brief one
amplio
in
del consumo de
Bogota. We
mujeres
see a
en
broad
Cundinamarca, donde aumentan más de
increase
2 veces
in
ese
the use of
consumo,
drugs
aumento en resto de
in
Antioquia,
Cundinamarca,
Orinoquía,
and
y
then in
Amazonía,
Unidoquia,
Nariño y La Guajira, e
Nariño,
incluso
La Guajira,
identificamos
including
unos
we even
departamentos que para
identified
el año
some
2013
departments
no
that
habíamos
for
identificado
2013 we
consumo de
did
sustancias
not
psicoactivas
identify
ilícitas
the
en mujeres,
consumption of
y en esta
illicit
oportunidad, en el año
psychoactive
2019,
substances among women. In
identificamos
this
ese
between
consumo de
2019, we identified
sustancias
this
psicoactivas
consumption of the
ilícitas en mujeres,
psychoactive
como
illicit
son los
substances
departamentos de
among
Boyacá,
women in
Cauca,
the
Chocó
department of
y Huila.
Boyacá, Cauca,
Acá
Chocó, and
podemos
Huila.
ver
Here
mejor
we can see
ese comparativo de
this
los dos últimos
comparison
estudios en cuanto al
better from the
comportamiento del
last
consumo de
studies of
sustancias
the
psicoactivas
behavior of
ilícitas en
these
mujeres. Vemos en
psychoactive
color rojo más
illicit
fuerte esos
substances,
departamentos o
and we see
territorios donde
this
se presentó un
strong
mayor
on this
aumento. Tenemos un
red shade,
aumento
which
en
is
los
dark, and we see
territorios de
an
Orinoquía,
increase in these
Amazonía,
territories of Norte
Huila,
Amazonía,
Cauca,
Huila,
Cundinamarca,
Cauca,
Boyacá,
Cundinamarca,
Santander,
Boyacá,
Chocó
Santander,
y Córdoba,
Chocó,
como esos
and Córdoba,
departamentos donde se
as those
presentó un mayor
departments
aumento del
where
consumo de
we
sustancias
had a
psicoactivas
greater
ilícitas en
increase of the
mujeres.
use of the
Ya
illicit
entrando
psychoactive
en cuanto a
substances
los
among women.
resultados en el
Now,
consumo en
entering
población
the
universitaria,
outcomes of the university
tenemos también,
population
como lo veíamos
consumption,
ahorita
we
en
also
el estudio en
see,
población general, una
as we
disminución
saw
en
in
el
the general
consumo de
population,
alcohol
there's a
de
reduction of
cerca de 3
the
puntos
use of
porcentuales,
alcohol of almost
ubicándose
3
en
percentage points,
81,8%
allocating
de
itself at
consumo de alcohol
81.83%.
del último
This
año a
in the
nivel de
last year, the
población
use of
universitaria en el país.
the
Vemos
consumption of
una
alcohol
reducción
in
muy
this
similar
universal population, we see a
porcentualmente
similar
tanto en
reduction
hombres
in
como en
percentage
mujeres. En
points
mujeres este
among
consumo
men
de
and
alcohol en
women. This
población universitaria se ubica
consumption
en
of women
79,6%.
alcohol is allocated at
En cuanto al
79.59% among
consumo
the consumption of
de marihuana, vemos un aumento
marijuana.
en el
We
consumo
see an
de marihuana de
increase
un
in the
11,2%
consumption of
en el
marijuana from
2019
11.2
a
in
un
2009
20,4%
to
en el 2016,
20.8
un
in
aumento tanto en hombres
2016,
como en
and
mujeres.
it
Vemos
didn't
que en
increase as
mujeres
much in
prácticamente
men
se ha
as it
duplicado el
did in
consumo
women, and
en
the
población
use in
universitaria,
women
pasando
it
de un
has
8,2% en el
doubled,
2009 a cerca de
going
un
from 8.2 to
16% en el
15.9
2016.
in
Y en cuanto
2016.
al indicador de consumo
Now,
de cocaína, también tenemos un
the
aumento,
consumption of
un aumento de
cocaine,
un
we also have
0,8% a
an
nivel
increase
nacional,
of
al 2% en el
0.8 at a national
2016.
level from
En mujeres vemos
2016,
que el
2.0
consumo
in
de
2016. We
cocaína
see the use
prácticamente se ha
of cocaine
triplicado,
in
pasa de
women.
un
We have seen that it's
0,5%
tripled. It
en el
goes from
2012 a un
0.5% in 2012 to
1,6% en el
1.56%
2016.
in
Y
2016.
ya entrando en lo que tiene que ver
And
con los
now
indicadores
entering
en
everything
población
around
escolar,
the
en cuanto
studies
al
of the
consumo de
consumption in
alcohol,
school
vemos una
population,
reducción en
the
el consumo de
consumption of
alcohol,
alcohol,
como
we see a
veíamos en el
reduction
estudio en población general y en
in
el
the
estudio en población
as in the
universitaria,
general
ubicándose ese
population one and
consumo
the
de
university
alcohol
population
para el año
use as well.
2016
Now
en
this is allocated in for
37,1%.
2016 in
Vemos una
37.1,
reducción mucho
and
más
we see
fuerte
a
en los
strong
hombres,
reduction
una
in
reducción
men. We
superior a
see
10
a
puntos porcentuales.
reduction that is
En mujeres
above
hay
10
una
percentage
reducción de
points. In
cerca de
women, we
7
have a
puntos
reduction of
porcentuales.
almost
E incluso para el año
8
2016,
percentage
por
points,
primera
even
vez en
for
las tres
2016
menciones,
for the first
tenemos un
time
mayor
in these three
consumo
mentions. We see a
de
great
sustancias
consumption of
psicoactiva de
of these
alcohol en
psychoactive
mujeres en relación a los hombres,
substances as alcohol in
38,7%
women
del
in
consumo de alcohol en
relation
mujeres,
to men and women, and we see this
35,4%
level here
es
for
en
women,
hombres.
and now we have
En
35.4 for
cuanto
men.
al consumo de marihuana, vemos un
The
aumento del
consumption
consumo
of
de marihuana a
marijuana,
nivel
we see
nacional,
a increase
ubicándose
at the
en
national
8,8%
level,
para
allocating
el
itself at
2016.
8.4 for
En
2016.
mujeres vemos un
In women,
aumento
we
muy
see
superior al
an
que se presenta en
increase
hombres.
that
Este
is
aumento en
higher
mujeres es de
than what men
2,2 puntos
presented. This is
porcentuales,
more than
ubicándose
2
en
percentage points, allocating
7,6%
itself at
esa prevalencia de marihuana
7.6%
en el
of
último
this
año.
marijuana prevalence
Vemos
since the
cómo
last
esas
year,
diferencias
and we see
que
how these
teníamos en el año
differences
2011
that we had
se
in
van
2011
disminuyendo a
have
cerca
been
de
reducing
un punto
themselves
porcentual esa diferencia por
nearly
sexo
at a 1
para el
percentage
año
point in the difference of
2016.
gender for
En
2016.
cuanto al consumo de cocaína, vemos
Now,
un
for the consumption of
aumento
cocaine, we see an
sostenido
increase
desde el año
that had
2004
been
en el
kept
consumo
ever
de
since
esta sustancia
2004.
a nivel del
The
país,
consumption of
ubicándose en
substance at a country
2,8% para
level,
el año
allocating itself at
2016.
2.8
Y
for
este aumento
2016,
se
And this increase is being fundamentally explained by the increase of the women, and in men we see some stabilization in the consumption. In women has tripled from 2004 from a 0.9 to a 2.2% in
En
2016.
cuanto al consumo de inhalables en el
Now,
último año, vemos
The
un leve
inhalable
aumento a nivel
consumption,
nacional
we
de un
see that at a
1,9%
national
del
level of
2011 a
1.9% in
2,2%
2011
en el
to
2016,
2.2% in
nuevamente explicado
2016.
este aumento a
Again,
nivel
this is
nacional por el
increase
aumento en el
explained at a
consumo de
national level
mujeres.
for the
Vemos que
increase in the
incluso para el
consumption of
año
women. We even
2016
see
el
that for
consumo de
2016,
inhalables
the
en mujeres
consumption
es
of
superior al de
inhalables in
hombres.
women is
El consumo de
higher
inhalables
than
en mujeres
the
para el
men's side,
2016
and
es
this
del
for women was
2,3%,
2.3
en
for
hombres es del
2016, and for men it was
2,1%.
2.1.
Y en cuanto al indicador global, el de
Now,
cannabis
the global
strategic,
indicator
vemos un
for any
aumento del
illicit
consumo a
substance,
nivel
we see an
nacional
increase
de un punto
this at a
porcentual,
national level of
ubicándose en
1% to a point
9,7%
allocating
para
is
el
of a
año
9.7 for
2016, explicado
2016,
fundamentalmente este
fundamentally
aumento a nivel
explained
nacional por el aumento en el consumo en
by
mujeres,
the
donde aumentan
increase
más
of
de
the
2
consumption
puntos
of women, with an
porcentuales.
increase more
En
than 2
hombres vemos
percentage
una
points. In men,
estabilización,
we
incluso
see
un
that it
leve
has been
aumento en el
stabilized,
consumo de
and
sustancias
it,
psicoactivas ilícitas,
there's been a
y
brief
vemos que
reduction
esta
in the
diferencia
illicit
que para el año
substance
2011
use, and we see the
era
difference in
superior a
2011 was
3%
higher
en
than
cuanto al consumo de hombres y
3%.
mujeres, se
With the
disminuye a
consumption of
cerca de
men
un
and
punto porcentual
women,
para el
it
año
has now
2016.
gotten
Acá
closer by
tenemos en el mapa el
1%
comparativo
to a
del
point.
consumo de sustancias
We have the
psicoactivas ilícitas
comparison of the
en mujeres.
psychoactive
En la
illicit
mayoría de los
substances here in women. The
departamentos vemos
majority
un
of the
aumento en
departments
el
that we
consumo
see
de
an
mujeres, el
increase
consumo de
of
sustancias
this
psicoactivas ilícitas.
consumption within
Tenemos en
women of
color
the
morado más fuerte
in
son los
the
departamentos o
purple
territorios
shade, darker
donde
purple
se
shade, we
registró
see the
mayor
department and
aumento
the
del consumo
territories
de
we
sustancias
have
psicoactivas
recorded a higher
ilícitas en
rate
mujeres.
of this
Vemos
use
aumentos
in
en
women.
Baupés,
We
vemos
see an increase in
aumento en Huila,
Baupés, we see an
también lo
increase in
veíamos en el
Huila. In
estado
Huila, we
población
also have
general,
seen this in the
vemos
general
aumento en
population
Boyacá,
study.
en
We also
Arauca
see it in
y en los
Boyacá, in
departamentos de
Arauca,
la zona
and in the
caribe del
departments
país,
of the Caribbean
como
zone
Bolívar,
of the
Sucre,
country as
Cesar,
Bolívar, Sucre,
Magdalena y
Cesar,
Atlántico.
Magdalena, and Atlantic.
Hasta aquí tenemos un panorama del
Up
contexto
to
a
here, we
nivel
have a
territorial. Veíamos
general
cómo se ha ido
overview of
cerrando
this
esa brecha del
context, and we
consumo
have
entre
seen
hombres y
how this
mujeres.
gap has
Y para
have gotten
terminar, quiero que
closed
veamos dos
from the use.
variables
When we compare
relacionadas
men
con
and
los
women,
ambientes
we
del
are going to see
hogar
two
y las razones
variables
que
in
llevaron al
the
consumo.
environment of
Vamos a ver ahí unas
households and the reasons
diferencias
why they was forced
bastante
to use
amplias
this.
en el
We're
consumo
going to see
en
different
estas variables entre hombres
broad
y mujeres.
variables
Esto
among
lo
men
vamos
and
a ver a
women.
partir de,
This is
de
going to
estas
be
dos
seen
variables del
starting.
estudio nacional
We're going to
realizado en
start
el
seeing
marco
these
del
two
Sistema de
variables in the study
Responsabilidad
with the
Social
national level and
Trabajador-Docente
in
del
a
año 2017.
responsibility
Este
framework
estudio
for
se
teenagers in
desarrolla a partir de una
2017. The study
metodología
was
mixta,
carried out
combina la parte
from a mixed
cuantitativa y
methodology. We
cualitativa,
compared
y ahí
the
se explora un
quantitative and
poco más por
qualitative,
esas
um,
otras variables,
and
esas
we
variables que se pueden estar
explore other
asociando frente
variables,
al
these
consumo
variables that
de
can be
sustancias
compared
psicoactivas.
with the
De manera
psychoactive
general,
substance use, and in
cuando
a general
hacemos
manner,
análisis de las
when we
diferentes
carry out
variables
this
en cuanto a
analysis of
estos
the different
estudios,
variables
para
among
analizar
these
qué
studies,
variables se
to
asocian
analyze what
mayormente
variables are
con el consumo de
associated
sustancias psicoactivas
for these
ilícitas,
uh, use
identificamos
of
que estas variables
psychoactive
ofertan para
substances, we
probar
see that
ofrecer
this offer
sustancias
variable
psicoactivas y
to
facilidad
be able to
de
buy
acceso
these and the
a las sustancias.
facility or
Son esas
easiness
variables
to
que
buy
se
these
asocian
drugs
en
that are
mayor,
associated.
tienen una mayor asociación estadísticamente
It has a greater
significativa frente al consumo de
association
sustancias
with
psicoactivas
among
ilícitas.
the use
Pero
of
encontramos otras
illicit
variables que
substances, but we
también
all
se
have also
asocian
found other
en
variables
gran
that are
medida
associated
con el
in
consumo
great
de sustancias
measures
psicoactivas
with the
y que
consumption of
actúan como un
psychoactive
factor
substances, and
protector
that they act
frente
as a
al
protective
consumo, que tiene que ver
factor
con esas
before the
variables de
in front of the
familia, variables como
consumption that has to do with
involucramiento
variables of
parental,
family
actúan como
involving
factor
in
protector
parenthood. These
frente al
act
consumo de
as a
sustancias
protective
psicoactivas. Y en diferentes investigaciones, tanto a
for
nivel
these substances,
internacional como
and
nacional,
in the
se ha
international and
identificado que
national
esas
level, we
variables
have
ambientes del
identified that these
hogar o
variables of
involucramiento
this
parental
home
tienen
environments, the
una fuerte
involvement of
asociación frente
parenthood,
al
has
consumo
a
de sustancias
strong
psicoactivas.
association
Y en
before
este
the
estudio más
psychoactive
reciente
substance use, and
realizado
this
en el Sistema de
study that was just
Responsabilidad
carried
Social
out
para
in
Adolescentes
the
del año
PNAL
2017,
uh,
se indagó por
for
por
2017.
variables de ambiente en el
It
hogar,
was compared
y
with
eso es lo que
variables
vamos
of
a
the
ver ahorita
environment
en
of
este
the
estudio del Sistema
households.
de
This is what we're going to see
Responsabilidad
at the
Penal para
study of the
Adolescente, identificamos unos
penal
consumos mucho
responsibility for
más altos de
teenagers,
lo
and
que
we're going to
hemos
indicate
visto.
some higher
En,
indicators
en este
of the ones we
estudio,
have
los jóvenes
seen in the
refieren
study.
en más de un
The youth prefer
50% haber consumido algún tipo de
to have
sustancia
consumed
psicoactiva ilícita en el último
psychoactive
año.
substance
Cerca de
last
uno
year.
de cada dos jóvenes
Almost one
encuestados
of every
refirió haber
two,
consumido
which is the
algún
50%,
tipo
they
de
said
sustancia
that they
psicoactiva
have used
ilícita.
some
Y
type
acá
of
tenemos
illicit
lo
psychoactive substances. We have everything in regards to the household environments, and we're going to see how these environments preferred by women. We're going to see a greater danger characteristics in these homes, and everything that is in regards to all the assaults. We see that it's a 60.5. We see that they have been, and that in this environment there have been offended is higher than 10% than the men. And the psychoactive use, we see that the consumption of alcohol in this household environments that we spoke to this woman is 32.2%, and the psychoactive substances is 30.8%. It surpassed by 10% to a point what was referred by men. We see that physical violence in these households, they refer to 31.5% of this youth, and twice as much as was referred in men. So here we're generating some environments of high risk characteristics that were referred by these women in the penal responsibility system for teenagers, and we were asking about these reasons. They said they were referring to the use of this illicit drug use. We said the reason that the highest percentage referred to in behalf of the women was to forget about problems. We see that those women were in prison. We see that this reference 40.3% higher by 15% from what men refer, and the non-imprisonment, we see that they were using it to forget about problems, and it was referred by almost 33% of the women. It was higher by 13 points from what was referred by men. If we analyze these reasons to forget about problems, and we saw these environments with so many danger variants, how many of these variables of these danger environments can have and begin the use of these substances with a broad percentage of these women who have consumed these psychoactive substances. Variable of risk can be anxiety in the consumption of the psychoactive substances. And the qualitative part in the study, we asked about all these danger risks that all these participants had in institutions as their youth in the systems, and we found some reference that were related to an institutional role player or actor and these risk factors that can have taken them to begin the consumption. And there's a negative manipulation of family violence and the substances and some situations that perhaps they had to go through, and the abuse as violence, mistreating. These are some factors that can be associated with the consumption of these substances, and this is one of the reference. But in the qualitative job, as we was referred by the role players from this young people, this violence topic at home was referred to the situations that can begin the use of psychoactive substances. So now, for conclusions, we were seeing in general we're seeing this gap, this difference of the consumption among men and women. This has been reducing itself in the different studies that we have seen. We have seen that in the university population and school population studies how it has even increased. And in school studies for 2016, we have two substances that we have identified for the first time with the highest consumption among women that is related to alcohol and those inhalable substances. And that's when as far as the consumption of these psychoactives show a broad diversity, it's very clear that they require policies to be adjusted and the territory context to analyze what's happening with this social demographic variables, to analyze what's happening with this women context. And this way we can generate and do decision making that can be more effective in a territory level and at a national level. Thank you very much, Paul.
Muchas gracias, doctor Barreto. Creo que muy interesante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barreto. I think that we had
had
all the data that give us all these elements and gives us a very brief summary of all the points that are key that we should keep in mind. And this, above all, it actually draws our attention in respect of how they're closing the gap between men and women. And I think it's also very key, the points of the associated variables, the drugs, the access there, the promotion, they actually become a risk factor, but it also draws the attention of the environment and the home, of the very strong association that we have there, that we have involved there, that we have the protector one. And I think that that is key. So finally, I think that you can draw the attention about something that I consider key, and that is the territorial context, the importance of studying the context in the territories to see what situation they have that, and that one, to have specific interventions and to bet on prevention to strategies adjusted to those realities. So thank you very much, Dr. Barreto, once again. I will remind you to put the questions on the chat to those who have any concerns. And now we'd like to hand over the mic to Dr. Ana Maria Peñuela of the Ministry of Health and Social Protection of Colombia. And Ana Maria will speak about the consumption of psychoactive substances and their abuse in Colombia. So Ana Maria, please go ahead.
Ana María, ¿tienes el micrófono conectado?
Your microphone is connected.
Qué pena, ya lo logré.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Esto es un aprendizaje de todos los días, María Margarita. ¿Puedes ver la presentación? ¿Me escuchas?
Can you hear me?
¿Me escuchas?
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Okay, great, great. So I am going to start here. If we can actually share the passwords, please.
Listo, muy bien.
Right, so good.
Bueno, inicialmente muchísimas
Right, so initially, thank you very much to the Ministry of Justice and of Law in a fascinating topic and so many challenges for public health. This presentation is ordered in 4 instances, one specifically tied with the sustainable development, and then also the second one on public policy and how to prevent the abuse of psychoactive substances, particularly what has to do with the gender approach to face this consumption, and then in the end some challenges that we must face. In the first instance, I would like to mention in this slide certain elements of interest for our country. On the left-hand side, you can find some figure. On the right-hand side, we have said what evidence has told us, and we saw that in the prior guest lecture said, and in Colombia, more than 50%, 51.2% of the total people are women. That means that more or less 22.6 million women, and our life expectancy is greater than that of men, and that has another effect for us because we are dedicated to taking care of the children and children of other people, and it's differential according to where you're born. Of course, this life expectancy is less in Vaupés than Bogota. Unemployment is greater for young women from 18 to 24 years of age. So there is more percentage points than men. There is an important aspect in the labor market is that we receive 12% less money than what men receive. And if we go here about femininity and poverty, women are usually more poor. Women are more poor than men. And likewise, the non-remunerative time for caring and support of women is greater in women. It's actually twice than that what happens with men. And particularly in that matter tied with gender violence that are tied very much with the consumption of psychoactive substance. 86% of that actually that we have with our data there with legal, with the the forensic data, they are directly associated with women, and of those 73% specifically, these girls are less than 15 years of age. When seeing this snapshot of mental health, we see this survey of national health of mental health of 2015. Anxiety and mental effects is higher in women. Girls have more impact than boys, and is more frequent to have comorbidity among women. This has to do, of course, as evidence tells us, with some history of trauma and abuse that are greater. Clearly, we mentioned that before, and the same thing as anxiety and depression is more recurrent among women. There is a characteristics associated with women, and that is tied to the consumption of medication when we have access to treatment in an access that is less than men. And although it is less than the number of women that have injections or injected drugs, it is great their vulnerability, particularly because of the presence more frequently and concentrated of HIV and other sexually transmitted disease. Of course, there has a greater affectation in health given to the food and the health services, and we have less performance results in health. Dr. Gonzalo mentioned there's a clear prevalence in the consumption of alcohol, tobacco, and psychoactive substances. Of course, there's a difference, and we wanted to show them here in a graphic way of the consumption associated with gender. Women do that less, and there is an increase in alcohol and illicit activities in women as a later trend. Recently in Colombia, we did a study that this ministry did associated with the risk of mental health and resiliency, and we found that for a population that answered this survey, virtually of some 19,000 people, almost like 73% that answered this survey were women, and a national average of resilience of 27.52%, differentiated, of course, between men and women. It is greater in women by 22% and in men 19%. When verifying or analyzing the symptoms of anxiety, it is greater in women, and likewise like the symptoms of depression. There's another piece of important data that is worthwhile to mention here of Colombia, is that during this pandemic, we have had available a whole line of mental health, in particular of mental health and the consumption of psychoactive substances, and we have performed more than 12,000 interventions with women, and mainly we were having doctor visits for anxiety, and they seek processes to be accompanied and later they do some follow-up to what is happening there. Unequivocally, this construct, this cultural construct that is socially placed in context is mediated by these behaviors, by the emotion and by cognition, and it is differentiated for women that have mental problems because they have an incapacity to make decisions, not able to solve their own issues, but it's even greater in the consumption of psychoactive substances. And this was mentioned by our guest speaker in the prior presentation. And there, the discrimination, of course, is greater in the consumption of psychoactive substances due to the willingness and to not being able to leave habit or break that habit in a decisive way of a matter of consumption of psychoactive substances that becomes a problem. These stereotypes that have some expressions of discrimination given these different vectors or characteristics of oppression or privileges of interaction that actually they converse into social systems that are far stronger in population groups like women and LGBT, or in situation of prostitution or the consumption of psychoactive substances. The exclusion is not only individual because they have a very guilty feeling but in this community, and this actually ends up being an argument to justify the breaching of their rights, and especially late access not only to the health services but also to other social services. In women, there is greater suffering additionally to those emotional ones, and it's very frequent. Is actually the losing the custody of their children. The families abandon them when they enter a treatment because they consider that they didn't have the capacity to stay there. And there is a discriminatory treatment. That is what evidence shows when they process in gestation in the health services. Likewise, as they're exposed to obstetric violence right after giving birth. And there is another matter that we have to recognize, is that feeling of guiltiness in a conception, that there is a point that is very private, very their own. This makes it that they have a request, a late request for their need the treatment, and it is done late, so they're more hooked in the conception. Reviewing evidence in 2018, the Lance magazine wrote a very beautiful article because they say that in the center, the subjects of intervention, and then their right to mental health and their global development in each one of the countries. And we saw that, and we observed that this is what evidence says, and we compare what Colombia has when we did that review of the compass of those sustainable development goals for our country. We observed that there were some goals, results, and intersectorial results in three specific objectives. There's an objective 3 in that of health and well-being. I'm going to highlight this, that matter of universal access, although we're making a particular emphasis on sexual and reproductive health. And now in the fifth one, we have the issues of gender violence, eliminate forced marriages and genital mutilation. On all of this to value the non-remunerated care, which is twice more than occurs in men, and inequality of units and positions of leadership, and to promote empowerment, as was mentioned by Margarita in their introduction. This suggests that this is a critique to be able to lead with even greater force mental health and the consumption of substance abuse that they have, how they should receive care. Now, I'm going to mention some public policy issues nationwide. What we see on the left that we have already mentioned is, of course, that more men than women start substance abuse. And that's clearly for Colombia as it is a world trend. But once they have started, the progression towards these affectations due to drugs is faster amongst women. We have a less proportion of access to the services of treatment. Further on, I'm going to mention, and then how they're going to mention that we have more than 430,000 women who have risk risk to their health because of alcohol abuse and substance abuse. And one could mention that Colombia has a framework of policy that are geared by human rights and public health, not only appealing to the social determining factors, but actually to have more ecosystemic ones that speak clearly of the gender focus. And aside from that, they have differentiating characteristics by their course of life, environments, and this cross-sectional one that I mentioned before. What are those political ones? And I'm going to refer in particular to the health sector. We have a statutory law that actually recognizes the health as a fundamental right. Two laws, one of mental health that recognizes the right to mental health, and another law about consuming substances that are psychoactive, and this is a health matter. And recently, we have an instrument that is very powerful, which is the peace agreement, that is stable and lasting peace, that actually draws of the role of women in this differential focus in transforming the farm in the political transformation. And what does this have in the end? It has a better care of victims, a better recognition of the drug problem, but it should be in a differentiated way, and the creation of a gender commission that actually yields the result that this actually occurs as is expected by law. What have we left there in our policy and in the compass? Understanding that we have a policy of mental health a policy of these psychoactive substances that is needed there of transforming these stereotypes, the elimination of stigma and discrimination, the elimination of abuse of power and violence, the development as a citizens and as a political subject, equity of gender equity, and obviously to improve the access and the quality, the access to health services and the quality of those services. Now, the consumption of these substance abuse, you have had this environment and the importance that we have. We already said that nationally we must be able to differentiate what type of actions and interventions we should carry out, taking advantage of the opportunities in the development and of course and according to each one of these courses of life with the purpose of leveraging the capabilities and interactions, interpersonal ones, and that for the development of these individual ones and the collective individuals and eliminate this gender expectation that limit their life projects. Here we can see the importance of care, of parental care of the youngsters, that socialization and equal care there from early childhood, and to be able to have roles and practices in different scenarios indiscriminately, whether they're boys or girls and so on, and of course to carry out and accompany an autonomous and emancipating theirs of all the instances of the courses of the treatment. What do we have so far in terms of progress in these policies as a result, as a deliverable? We have, as Gonzalo said, is that we've made visible the ways women are being discriminated through an observatory of gender violence evermore, and that's what the Institute has done. The National Institute of the Forensic, they have seen the consumption that they have, and there is an observatory that we have there, and of course our powerful observatory of drugs in Colombia. And for health, we have had a joint information system of social protection that not only takes care of how many instances they have received survey, but actually looks at the social offer and the incidence of under the understanding that we're talking about not only the health sector, but it's actually a multi-sectorial one impact where you can exercise, you can have other services. In the nation, what do we have that we can bring from the national policy that is differentiated, concretely speaking? Because one thing is to include it and to leave it in the concept, and another thing is to see it in practice. We have a national prize that actually recognizes the best practices of consumption, that for the version of 2021, the emphasis was in those in the adoption of those practices based on evidence, gender focus. So very soon we will see what we have there. What is the country going to show us here at the end of the month of October? We will have that mentioned. We will have those technical guidelines, sectorial ones, of gender focus in all of them in the health sector, and in particular strategy to eliminate the stigma of the people who actually consume psychoactive substances. We make a mention to that, and the technical assistance we have to do the transformation of our knowledge and also our aptitudes. And we have been developing with different players in society an approach of consumption of psychoactive substances, of stigma, and there's, and we have some 80,000 people that we have mobilized throughout this year. In the provinces and districts, of course, we have a resolute capacity that they can solve, and in time they will be catering to the specificity of the people, not in terms of population, but also territorially, in certain services that are thought far more for men than it is for women. In that sense, the challenge is enormous, nationally speaking. Now, I will go specifically to an integral approach in health with gender perspective, and there we have a slide, and we have three matters that we need to refer in the center. We have what we have to do with the UNODC published a document in association with the World Health Organization, and it states in that publication that there should be some specificities for women in all the offers, and one should respect these differences, and this mother child, whether boy or girl, the treatment in the pathology and the comorbidity given the specific matters that I mentioned for Colombia, because the evidence is clear in pointing out that it should be that way, in carrying out not only these interventions individually, but also group ones in their own exercise of their education process, not only of them, and in the support of social services, including in the care of their children, and of course, this adaptation to the health services. And I would add of this adaptation to the health services with a transformation that is required of those people who are providing the care, as well as in the social service that are being provided now. If this were to happen, the results cannot be anything different than a greater satisfaction of certain people, better adherence to the problematic consumption, and a probable reduction of the consumption of these psychoactive substances, are reducing the risks of crimes, and we would expect some new higher rates of continuous care. In the norms, one would say that Colombia has a covered system by the health sector, although there are gaps in that service provides on there. Ana Maria, yes? You only have seconds. If you could start closing, would be much obliged. Then we have individuals that are group ones, and if there's a presence of violence, of course, there we reinforce the subject of care. And here, what we can see is that evidently, likewise, when we have the international evidence, we have been catering to 10 people, 7 are men, 3 are women, and we have been increasing the care 71% in women, 21% in women, and then there is a difference there in the concentration of the type of care is being provided. In closing, I wish to mention 2 elements. One is that we have a guideline that specifically is oriented to eliminating the stigma, the discrimination towards a person that consumes the gender focus, and the LGBT that don't have another purpose different from promoting and a timely access to the health services, and the fear of being rejected or being subject to violence, and there is a desegregation by players in the system, and how each one of them should be worked territorially. And lastly, these conclusions, we must recognize that there's some specific differences associated with gender, that there is a framework of norms that actually favors this implementation, that this incorporation of the gender focus, of course, will provide better opportunities to access to the health services. There are some information systems that enable one to have comprehensive analysis, and Colombia has been progressive in visualizing the gender issues. We have many challenges, of course, for us to guarantee all this integral care. We have to eliminate the stigma and eliminate the access barrier, and of course, to continue to progress in information systems that are sensitive to gender, and particularly systems and budgets that are sensitive to gender, so that they can be differentiated not only in the designation, but the response in the territorial ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ana Maria. So I would like to highlight from the presentation, I believe that it's very key that it's quite interesting to know all the organization that the ministry and all the management of information, and to make all the discrimination manners visible for this. This will be some alternatives and some proposals, a creation of culture, a better practices with a gender approach is also very important. All the strategies that are being developed to reduce the stigma, one of the issues that we can say that helps the most, and for this balance to continue, those services that are thought out for men more than women. I believe that there is also some challenges for the country that are interesting. And now we're going to give the floor to Dr. Zuniga Ned, who is going to be speaking to us on addictions and differences on the gender of the person. Remember to use your chat with all your concerns about others. Dr. Sumida, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. I'm sorry I'm not fluent in Spanish, so I'm not going to be able to give this talk in Espanol, but hopefully I'll be able to get across to you some important information on sex differences in substance use disorders. Can you see my slides? Are you able to see my slides? Okay. So substance use disorders is a very debilitating and costly psychiatric disease. And the disease itself is characterized by uncontrollable craving for the drug, compulsive drug taking and drug seeking behaviors, and a very high propensity for relapse. Approximately 40 to 60% of individuals with substance use disorders will relapse at some point. But despite this, only approximately 10% of patients are actually in treatment, and this is in a large part due to the stigma that is associated with the disease. So unlike other diseases, substance use disorders occur as a continuum where there might be an opportunity to use a substance, and this might lead to the experimental use of the substance if there is access. And in some individuals, the experimental use may lead to established use of the substance, and it might give rise to a full-blown substance.
Dr. Nair?
Yes.
Can you please amplify your screen so we can see your presentation properly, please?
Oh, so I'm sharing my presentation. Are you not able to see it?
Not entirely. Can you amplify the screen? Maybe.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to start sharing again. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it, but can you maybe press F5 so it is bigger?
Is this okay now?
So yeah, we need to see it in full screen.
Right, so it is full screen for me. I'm not sure why you're not able to see it. How about now?
No, it's the same, but it's all right. Just please continue. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I can see it in full screen. I'm sorry that you cannot. So I'm going to go ahead and start from this slide where I was talking about substance use disorders occurring as a continuum where an individual might develop a full-blown substance use disorder and then might go into withdrawal after access when access is not available, and then might eventually relapse. And what I'm going to talk about today is that there are sex differences in pretty much every stage of the substance use continuum. There is a faster transition from experimental use to established use in females. The duration of abstinence is shorter. Females will report, there are great reports of greater craving in females, and they also seek treatment earlier as compared to men. So before I start, I want to take a minute to clarify the difference between sex versus gender. And these are definitions by the Office on Research in Women's Health at the National Institutes of Health, where sex refers to biological differences between males and females, including differences in chromosomes, sex organs, and endogenous hormonal profiles. In contrast, gender refers to socially constructed and enacted roles and behaviors which occur in a historical and cultural context, and this varies across societies and also over time. So today I'm going to talk specifically on sex differences in substance use disorders, or the biological differences. So I'll start off with differences in initiation and acquisition of substance use disorders. And regarding initiation of drug use, an important difference between men and women is with respect to the reason that they choose to experiment with addictive substances. As you just heard, women might seek addictive substances initially to self-medicate or to alleviate some psychological concerns such as anxiety. In contrast, men initiate drugs because of access. They have access to the drug because of peers who have access to the drug. So that's an important difference in the reason that men and women initiate drugs. And you also heard about progression of substance use, the telescoping effect, where women transition from casual drug use to drug addiction much sooner than males. And finally, I'm going to talk about craving and relapse to substance use disorders. So my talk is somewhat different than the others that you just heard, in that I'm going to talk about the neurobiological mechanisms, and this is done commonly in animal models. So I'm not going to talk specifically about every single animal model, but just want to put forward the models that have been used to study sex differences in substance use disorders, like psychomotor sensitization, conditioned place preference and aversion, drug discrimination. And in these models, the animal is given access to the drug by injection from the experimenter. In contrast, the models like intravenous drug self-administration, extinction and reinstatement, and incubation of craving, of course, there are others. In these models, they are different than the others because the animal self-administers the drug, and these models are somewhat considered as the gold standard to study substance use disorder in the lab. So very briefly, I'll talk about the intravenous drug self-administration and how it is done in the lab. So what you're looking at is a rat in a chamber called an operant box that is equipped with two levers. The lever that you see the rat pressing is the active lever. And when the rat makes a lever press on this active lever, it gets a single injection of the drug through an infusion pump that you see on top of the operant box. And this is accompanied by cues associated with the drug injection. You can see a light cue that comes up on top of the lever, and there is also a tone cue. So using this methodology, we can study substance use disorders, the entire trajectory of substance use disorders, and I'm going to go over it briefly. So what you're looking at in the first phase is self-administration training, where on the y-axis, the number of lever presses that the rat makes, and on the x-axis is the experimental day. So the rat initially learns to self-administer cocaine, and the responding starts going up, and eventually there is the maintenance phase when the animal learns to self-administer the drug, and eventually the responding is stable. And then you can also study the phase where the drug is not available. So when we take away the drug, and this phase is called extinction, when the animal is still in the operant box and the animal no longer gets the drug, there is this initial period of an extinction burst where it increases responding, but eventually the responding comes back down to baseline. And then to study relapse, the animal is exposed to either a priming injection of the drug or exposed to cues that I just talked about, the tone and the light cues, or exposed to a stressful stimulus. And these are phenomena that reinstate drug seeking in humans. They cause relapse in humans, and they will also reinstate drug seeking in the lab animal. So using this model, these are data looking at acquisition of drug self-administration and comparing acquisition specifically between males and females. And the data that you see on the top are from cocaine, and on the bottom are from heroin. And these are studies done by Wendy Lynch and Marilyn Carroll. So you're looking at the data from females in the open circles and the males in the closed circles. And as you can see with cocaine, there is a very significant difference in the acquisition of cocaine self-administration, with females acquiring the behavior much faster than males. And this stays stable across the duration of the experiment. In contrast with opiates, in this case heroin, females do acquire the behavior sooner, but eventually the males do catch up as the experimental days go by. There are several studies which have demonstrated that females acquire self-administration faster than males, but there are also some studies that do not see this, and I wanted to point that out. And you can see the references on the bottom right side. And the main difference between the studies that find these differences and those that do not are either the dose of the drug that is used, or more importantly, the time of access. So the studies that use a shorter duration of access, like a couple of hours a day, might not see this distinction between males and females, as opposed to studies which give longer access, like about 6 hours per day, and that's when you see this sex difference come out. So what about maintenance of drug self-administration? And in this study, they compared maintenance of cocaine to heroin. And as you can see, in females in the open circle, there is a significant increase in cocaine self-administration in females with respect to cocaine. And this is not as pronounced with nicotine. Though females do self-administer greater amounts of nicotine, it is not statistically significant. And so what are the biological processes that may be involved in this difference in acquisition and maintenance of drug self-administration? And a biological factor that has been studied very widely is the role of gonadal hormones. And these are data by Jill Becker's lab, from Jill Becker's lab at the University of Michigan, looking at the role of ovarian hormones and their influence on self-administration. And I'm going to walk you through this. So you're looking at the data from males in the open circles and the open squares, and these are males that either have sham surgery or have been castrated, so the testes is removed. In the females, you see females where in the closed squares where the ovaries have been removed, so the females have been ovarectomized, and they lose their source of circulating gonadal hormones. And in all these three groups, there is not a huge difference in the acquisition of self-administration. The number of infusions is fairly constant. In contrast, if you look at the group in closed circles, these are overrectomized females with estradiol replacement, there is a significant increase in the number of infusions that is self-administered, suggesting that ovarian hormones, specifically estradiol in this case, plays a very important role in the acquisition of drug self-administration. Then if you go to the middle panel, this is self-administration session from 6 to 10, you can see there is still this difference between males and females, although the males are acquiring the behavior now. And then finally, when you go to the later phase of self-administration from days 11 to 15, you find it's almost equal between males and females, though females will still press at a higher rate. So the data I showed you so far are from ongoing drug intake, where the animal makes maybe 1 or 2 infusions, lever presses, and gets 1 infusion of the drug. What about the motivation to self-administer addictive substances? And the way we study this in the lab is by using a progressive ratio reinforcement schedule. So for a progressive ratio reinforcement schedule, the animal first makes 1 lever press and gets 1 injection of the drug. And then the animal has to make a larger number of lever presses. So for instance, 5 lever presses for 1 injection of the drug. And then following that, maybe 20 lever presses for 1 injection of the drug. So the contingency keeps increasing until there reaches such a time when the animal makes lever press and cannot get the drug. So that measures the motivation to self-administer addictive substances in the lab. And in this study, they looked at the role of ovarian hormones to influence the motivation to self-administer addictive substances. And as you can see, these are in females that are overrectomized, and in the females where estradiol was replaced. And if you look at the extended access, the data on the right-hand side, what you see is that there is a significant increase in the animals that receive estradiol, suggesting that ovarian hormones also influence the motivation to self-administer addictive substances. So to briefly summarize, I showed you that acquisition of drug self-administration is significantly decreased following overectomy and is restored following estradiol replacement. Females will work harder for addictive substances during the estrus phase of the hormonal cycle. So just like women have the menstrual cycle occurring over 28 to 30 days, in rodents there's an estrus cycle which occurs every 4 days. And the estrus phase coincides with the menstrual phase where there is increase in the amount of estrogen, and rodents will work harder for addictive substances during this estrus phase of the hormonal cycle. Estradiol increases binge length, and it also increases drug self-administration. And females in the estrus phase show greater responding and also greater reinstatement than females that are in other phases of the hormonal cycle. So I talked about the role of circulating gonadal hormones and their and how they play a really important role in sex differences and substance use disorders. But what about neurochemistry? Are there any brain changes between males and females that may give rise to these sex differences? And these are studies from Jill Becker's group again, where they looked at dopamine release. And dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is important, very critical for reward-related behaviors. And they measured dopamine release in the nucleus accumbens, which is a brain region in the limbic system, again, which is very critical for the expression of reward-related behaviors. And they did this using a process called, a procedure called in vivo microdialysis, where they put in a dialysis probe into the nucleus accumbens, which has a semi-permeable membrane, and they measured the amount of dopamine release in real time as the animal was in the operant chamber, lever pressing for the drug. And what they found, and you can see their data on the right-hand side, comparing males versus females. And you can see in early self-administration, which is the closed line, there is a significant increase in females as well as males, but the increase in females is much larger compared to that in males. However, in the later phases of self-administration, which you see in the dashed line, this difference equalizes. So what I'm trying to show you is that there are definite differences in the neurochemistry as well, which may underlie these sex differences in substance use. So the data that I've shown you so far are from the initial phases of self-administration. What about in the later phases when the drug is not available? And what happens during withdrawal? Are there sex differences in that phase as well? And the answer to that is yes. And these studies were done using an incubation of craving model where, and these are data with cocaine. So an animal goes through cocaine self-administration, and then during different withdrawal periods, the animal is brought back into the operant chamber, and this is in the absence of the drug. And what we see is that there is a significant increase in lever responding when the animal is brought back to the operant chamber. And this phenomena is known as the incubation of craving, as you can see on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you see that this is not a permanent effect, and it goes down after about a couple of months. And so these are studies looking at sex differences in the expression of cocaine incubation, and this was done by Celine Nicholas when she was at the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And what Celine found, interestingly, and these are data only from female rats, what Celine found interestingly was that there was no difference. There was no expression of incubation when she compared lever pressing in female rats from day 2 to day 29, which was very surprising because, like I just mentioned, incubation of craving is a very, very robust phenomena, and it's not only seen with cocaine, but also with opiates, heroin, methamphetamine, alcohol, nicotine, and even with non-drug reinforcers such as food. So this was very surprising. But when they looked at these data further and separated the females according to the stage of the estrus cycle, what they found was that there was a significant increase. So there was an expression of incubation only in females that were in the estrus phase of the hormonal cycle and not in females that were in the non-estrus phases, suggesting that ovarian hormones also play a role in sex differences in the later phases of the substance use continuum. And these are data from my research group. Essentially, we looked at a very similar phenomena using a somewhat different paradigm, using a continuous access schedule. And as you can see on the left-hand side, the females acquired the behavior faster. And on the right-hand side, you can see that incubation of craving, the expression of incubation was only seen in females in the estrus phase of the hormonal cycle. So I'm going to skip this in the interest of time and wrap up and to say that I hope I've convinced you that there are sex differences at the biological level, both in the early as well as in the later phases of the substance use trajectory, and that hormonal influences play a very critical role in sex differences in substance use disorders. And I also showed you some data on changes in neurochemistry. And the opportunity here is to study these sex differences in much more granularity and delineate sex differences at the molecular, cellular, and circuit levels. And this can perhaps be used not only to guide individualized sex-specific treatments, but it can also be used to better understand the basic neurobiology of substance use disorders. And I'm going to stop there.
Much thanks, Sumila, for your intervention. It was quite interesting. We had a very rich and diverse block. We had a lot of proposals, a lot of policies, standards. We now count with a lot of information that is important to consider at the moment when we are going to design all these interventions. This that you have told us is quite interesting, all the developments that are being carried out, to see all the differences that we have in the biological levels among women and men, the hormone aspect as well, and all these aspects that also enter to make an important part when we're going to intervene and when we're going to be able to carry out more proper attention, offer more proper attention. Now we're going to go with, we have brief moments or several minutes to have some questions. If you have more questions, you can ask them. Now, I would like to ask a question that is not directed to anybody in particular. We can do this. Gonzalo and Maria or Dr. Sumila can answer from your knowledge. What good practices have been systematized in key for the gender to address the consumption of substances in women? If you wish to, Ana Maria, if you wish, you can begin. This is an excellent question because precisely this 2021 version of this acknowledgement of these entities by its different categories that we are incentivating for them to be presented. We have more than 17 proposals. What we would like to do is to recognize who is working with this approach, and particularly that they have already had specific outcomes in population. So for now, I wouldn't have a particular response, but I hope that at the end of October, I can have better possibility not in answers, but also to recognize these good practices so we can do exchange and incentivate other practices. Very good. Thank you very much. Gonzalo or Dr. Sumila? Well, to add to what Ana Maria said, we have had a lot of advance in the systematization of different strategies or activities that we're developing involving these variables that have something to do with gender. So when we carry out the analysis, we can have more precise, more concise analysis that would allow us to have tools for the decision making. These studies, in the last study in the general population of 2019, we had a complete number of questions in it that were around gender that allows us to have more concrete analysis and better ones in regards to the gender approach. Thank you very much. Dr. Sumila.
Yes, I'm going to answer the question from a biological perspective. And so what I showed you was really a snapshot of what we know now. And there is a lot of work done on the neurobiology of sex differences and substance use. But what really needs to be done is to understand it at a level of, with the advances in neurobiology and the advances in techniques that we have now to study the brain with really precision that has been completely unprecedented, to study it at a level of specific cells and how they talk to each other in circuits, and to really understand the sex differences at that level. And I really do think that that will help us guide treatment options, sex-specific treatment options, and will be very useful in understanding the sexual dimorphism as well.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, tenemos entonces una última pregunta y les voy a pedir.
Now we have one last question. Now I'm going to ask you to be quite concrete on the response. It's not directly for anyone. You cannot answer in what measure the increase of consumption of women is produced because of progressive perspective that was hidden because of segmentation and it was not recorded.
Si quieres, esto es algo que sabemos
This is something that we all know that could happen in different conditions. So we carry on the study and our researches. But for this, we try to have a total privacy in the different surveys that we have developed. In these school surveys and university populations, we don't have so much information because these are done by the participant, and we see how these consumptions are higher in this university population than in the school population. In general population, this survey is being developed at home, and here we can have a lot more percentage with in regards to these visibility problems or self reports if they're not being sincere and when they're doing this at home. So we try to work a lot around everything that has to do with the privacy of the information and reliability so we can have a very optimum and pertinent and relevant information in everything that's around this person who we have surveyed.
Perfecto. No sé si Ana María, la doctora
I don't know if
Sumila tienen
Dr.
alguna
Ana Maria or Dr. Sumira would like to
Bueno,
add
perfecto.
something.
Entonces, agradecemos
Okay,
mucho
so we would like
a
to
la
thank
doctora Sumila, a
Dr.
doctor
Sumila,
Barreto, la doctora
Dr.
Peñuela,
Barreto,
estas,
Dr. Peñuela
estas intervenciones tan
for
interesantes
these
que nos dejan
interesting interventions that they
muchísimo aporte para
are
seguir
leaving
trabajando
so
y
much
cumplir todos los desafíos
learning,
nuestros
and
que
so we
tenemos
continue working and
para
comply with all the
cerrar estas
challenges that we
brechas
have
de
to
desigualdad que
close these
persisten
inequality
y
gaps
que
that persist and that are constituting themselves in some very important policies at the moment that we're going to define intervention strategies and plans.
Invito entonces
I would like to invite
participantes
all the participants to wait several minutes. Please don't leave us so you can participate in the following block that's going to be on the impact of the psychoactive consumption on women's life. Topic that is very interesting that will give continuity to all these elements that we have been working with. Thank you very much.
on the air.
Estamos al aire.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good morning in Colombia. This is the second block of today's block and has the impact of the consumption of psychoactive substances on the life of women. And we will try to go more in depth of the many aspects that we have in the use of substances and that use of how women live and how it impacts on the women themselves at some point in their life. And also with the pregnancy or how at the end of the day it has to do with a gender sensitive, it would help them to know how to use and not to abuse. Now, what is abusive consumption and all these elements? We would start the second session with 3 guest lectures, of which we would have them. I invite all assistants, all the people that are listening to us, to please put their questions on the chat so that we can open up a debate and answer them. The first lecture is Maria Pia Pablo. Maria Pia belongs to an association that is very beloved, very respected because of her approach of human rights of the people who consume substances and having policies of redemption of damages and the policies that they insist that are sensitive to the gender. So Maria Pia, she's a psychologist by profession, and she has a master's in health and social studies, and she's a member of the executive body of Intercambio, an association, and she's a professor of undergrad in Buenos Aires University and in Moreno University, and she has actually dealt with topics that have to do with biology and the problems of drug consumption. And she's the National Director of Research in Cedronar, the body that represents the drug policies in Argentina, and she's the evaluator of projects and the scientific reference, and then we have the publications, and then we will have that of national and international. And so she will present the data of July that actually we have done in a direct way, and in the future let's speak of the consumption of substances in a multicentric study. So Maria Pia, the mic is all yours, and it's a pleasure to hear you. Hi.
Muchas gracias, Nuria.
Thank you very much, Nuria, and thank you for the invitation. On my behalf and on behalf of Intercambio, for us it is a pleasure to participate. If we have the 3 jeters, if we could speak this, in this panel and in this event, and with a lot of interest to articulate, to learn, to share, and to think of the best categories and the best of instruments for having better approaches. I'm going to present. I wish to share my screen. And here we have a PowerPoint that actually presents the result of my study. And this is viewed correctly. Yes. It's a multicentric study that is called the Patterns of Consumption of Psychoactive Substances and Access to Care and Determinant Social Factors in Health in Pregnant Women. And we did it in 3 cities of Argentina, one on the mountains in Bariloche, and then we have another one in Entre Rios at the east, near Uruguay, so that you know where it is, and then Matanza, which is the great Buenos Aires. We participated, Manuelita Diaz, Ferencia Bisiquia, Rosana Maldonado, Amodolaro, Andrea Muniz, and Leo Arrua, and it was financed by the Ministry of Health of the Argentinian Republic. First, let's locate ourselves. I mean, locate the topic. The consumption of substances among pregnant women, and their scares, and then we have of the substances about their, then we have these historic ones, as they have been mentioning, and then we've mentioned their complex. And then there are ones of, there is a lack of data that has a gender perspective that is so important, not as a one more factor, but actually a structure, like a system that was being mentioned there, that I believe that it gives it a value, a methodological value than actually having a sort of an affectation that we have in the daily life, and the practice of consumption as part of all of that. On the other hand, it is growing the concern, the socio-sanitary ones, because they're closing the gap of consumption between men and women, and then the age where they start to test these abuses is ever younger and so on, and it actually has a social stigma that actually deorients of these people, where they have these queries, and we get to these topics from exchanges due to supervision and the doubts of equipment and that of hospitals, especially in very poor neighborhoods. And there are many questions and many dilemmas around this topic. So the methodology of the study was exploratory, descriptive, qualitative, and across-the-board transversal. The sample was a non-probabilistic sample, intentional, that we did with a lot most care, with all the ethical management in the case. In there, we intervened several members of the ethics committee of each city and of each hospital, and then we did interview. And then they were selected there for this presentation. We selected, and we had some interviews to 62 women, and 39% of them were pregnant, 61% were postpartum, and then they actually went to the ones in Argentina. And they were women that are relatively young, because 78% of them at the time of the interview between 18 and 29 years of age, and 22% were between 30 and 49 years. And the field test was actually pre-pandemic. And then we have there to locate it, and then between July of 2019, and as an instrument, we did a construct, and that was laborious of building walls that were already validated in the discrimination ones, and there's social support of services, of gender violence, the social ones that were combined with qualitative one to understand each one of these matters in particular. So I am going to go back to certain results, and at the end of the day, we can actually broaden in that discussion. And as one would expect, a greater prevalence of consumption of tobacco and alcohol, whether involved in the last months or during the pregnancy. And then we have to say that they did report, the women were mentioning that they were having strategies of greater care when actually they were coming to birth. As pregnancy came, they were taking more care when they were closer to giving birth. A factor that was associated with these consumption patterns, and in other studies we did with these drug ones, and then we have the daily ones with other people that were having this, when they maintained with those people with some type of sexual affectionate affair with a man, their consumption was actually adapted to that of their male. That was interesting as a result, that they actually consumed and abused the substances as their partner, sexual partner did, and that has to do with women or in heterosexual couples, and they assimilated the patterns of consumption with their male counterparts. And so in the sense of the senses, the representation, the meetings around that consumption actually made references to experiences when they were with friends, with recreational activities, of being calm or seeking to be relaxed, and the concern came about mainly And then we have the consequences there, what type of consumption we can have for the physical health for the children that were about to be birthed, and some of them to have premature birth. That about the matters of consumption and about the stigma. We used, as I said, some indicators that we have used nationally in Argentina, and what we obtained, how the stigma leads to being non-visible, and there is a tie between stigma and not being visualized. That's part of the state of the arts, and it was expressed in certain pieces of data that we selected here. Half of the women mentioned that they have felt discriminated at some point in time in their life, with a greater frequency in, and here I mentioned here, in order first in the health institutions, then in the streets, in the neighborhood, and the bowling alleys, and then lastly in the educational institutions. When we asked them whether they agree or did they agree or did they disagree or not, with the Likert scale, to pregnant women usually hide their consumption because they fear that they're going to be judged and discriminated. 80.7% were totally in concurrence with that statement, that they did feel that so they hid their consumption. So they actually they have that in their opinion, but I mean they also reported it in their own experience, right? And half of the women were totally in agreement, with the fact that pregnant women hide their consumption, so that they fear that they're not going to be receiving health services. When they go to those institutions, they hide it because they have that fear that they will not receive the health services because it's counterproductive, because it actually delays their participation. So it delays the possibility of having an assistance, and also breaches its right to receive care. Some of them manifested that this is more qualitative, that they said up to the very end when they have birth, especially to come to the hospital pursuant to avoid being mistreated, in spite of the fact that they did not have controls throughout the pregnancy in Argentina. There is a prevalence, I don't know high, but I mean, there is a pregnancy control throughout the pregnancy, so that's especially interesting and worrisome that they do not receive those controls throughout the pregnancy. Other ones mentioned that they were insensitive by those members of the health in respect of the pain of women. So we asked ourselves, and we found it to be very interesting, the question to broaden it, to bring it to the debate associated with this topic is, how is the system organized, not as an attitude or a practice or isolated behavior, but actually the articulation, especially of the configurations that you have over there. If we don't go to the real ones, how do we order, how do we negotiate, how do we delegate, or how do we overburden the women, the care of the other ones, the children, the adults, the people who have fallen ill. So when we asked this, the women that we interviewed, they said 97% of them said that in respect of the care, in their consumption of substance, the majority said that they considered that they self-regulated themselves. If they wanted to stop or to consume less or to change or to take care of themselves even more, the majority said, no, when I wasn't there, but I could be able to do it. 97% that there are different strategies, but they're all individual in what they call of self-care and self-regulation. And then this excessive consumption is the substitution of the consumption is relative and tied to a vital element, considering the trajectory, the qualitative ones, the dialogues, and we have worked and to think of the force that we have, these vital instances in the trajectories there of the substances as a pregnancy or the concern of third parties. And there, the third parties there you have for policies and for intervention. It's super interesting to have who are those third parties and all those matters of gender violence articulated with Romo at the beginning. It is the place where we have to see there that others that perhaps can build or have a construct of stigmatization or of care of a girl, so that we can go more in depth as to what they might need. Also the regulation to take care of the needs of others that are prioritized. They forget their own. They take care of the ones, but this feminist approach is actually worked at this mandate where you have to care, and it's to take care of others over and beyond one's own care. Another consumption strategy, excuse me, another strategy of care was the strategy of substituting one substance for another. And lastly, another strategy, only 5 women of the 62, they had some biomedical visit, asking a psychologist or psychiatrist on this. This is a phrase. I brought a couple of phrases to bring the idea down so that we get a feel for the narratives. And a 20-year-old who was pregnant said, "My mom asked me, and I felt that if I didn't stop drugs, she was going to die because she was watching me like that." There's some reference to the children, to the couple, to try to be rescued from this abuse. In respect of the access to services, there we used certain indicators that we were building in a construct into different exchanges and organizing and recategorizing about the ones, and then we have 69.4% attested that always or almost always they had to wait before they would receive care. In Argentina, these waits as part of the organizational barriers are frequent also in other studies, and especially in the public medical system, medical insurance and so on. It's oversaturated, or the demands that we have. This is frequent in the general population. It's a general comment. Other organizational barriers that they mentioned, especially women mentioned, the lack of no slips that gives you like your turn, and then the very few alternatives of query hours. The hours are limited. Among the access barriers, the cultural or symbolic ones in the different studies are the most important in their narratives, and whether in the health services I'm following with their barriers that they mention, and it's central for us to define the problem. This study are what they call cultural barriers or symbolic barriers. And once again, we go to the census, to the mandates, the patriarchy, the exemptions as of the gender stereotypes. And these cultural barriers are symbolic, and they make it difficult. What women state is that they did not understand the person, or they were not being explained what was happening. They mentioned some situations of anguish or being disoriented because they didn't know how the interventions were going to be or how they're going to be understood. And here you have the social distance that we're going to work with Tanki and other authors. And the intersectionality that we have there, that we have these poor women. And then we have these situations, and then we have there in the mention of one of the women that were just after birth of 26 years because they treated me badly because I was a consumer and mother, and by having a premature birth. And another 18-year-old said because I didn't do the obstetrician control in the hospital, all doctors treat me badly. As a conclusion, one would have to specify and be very concrete about all these mentions. And of course, this is just a cut off there and some of the conclusions to continue to work so that we can have there this exploratory work. And here the rejection towards the women that were consuming drugs, and after the birth, they actually have there Morfea and Fernando shows that are analyzes that socially they express other matters. They express the idealization and the demands that you have in the expectation of women in respect of how they feel guilty and how they're stigmatized. It's interesting that this issue of caring for an upbringing of boys and girls, it doesn't, there's men don't seem to have some responsibility of being fathers, but it is a central issue that mothers must do so. So it's interesting there to always think of our relational category where we stigmatize the women, but the blame, the stigmatization, the fault actually constitute an articulated block that actually ends up leaving moms outside of the possibility of having rights. So the multiple violence intersect and multiply amongst themselves, and we were asking there in the studies for other issues that we were determining, and they affect most the poorest, the youngest, and ethnic minority. The gender expectations, the lack of treatment that consider their social condition that actually forces them to hide their consumptions, to deploy different care strategies, and to the scarce recognition of this individual and collective self-care options that they have, especially the ones that have to do with those others. So is we actually happen this is to actually take care of the other women. So for that we have found that we have had these people that we can have this gender identity. It is urgent to include that gender perspective and to reduce all those damage and those trauma in the situations where they are produced, where those conceptions are produced as part of these problems. Look, you can actually have access, and I will share an article where we carried out a part of the results of the study. And well, finally, with these illustrations, these are from a Brazilian artist, Tarsila Gramaral, and here we have the contact data. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, very much. I think I was right on time, right, Nubia?
Muchas gracias, María Pía. Muy interesante.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I continue to encourage people who are listening to us and watching us to please direct questions to the chat so we can ask the speakers, and then we're going to continue with the following presentation. Please to introduce Juan Perez from the Prevention Institute in Spain. She's going to intervene with the presentation on the model of opium of inequality as a promoter for transformation, and in social sciences, she's working in the general addictions environment. It's a very well-known institute, not only in Spain, but in the prevention environment here in Spain. For the number of researches that they have carried out and the quality of these, she is coordinating different programs as well. It's trying to stop sexual violence as well with the participation in the city and this program. And gender is the central part, and humanitarian as well, leading the consumption division, favoring the interconnection among social entities, the relationship among these institutes. Monse, thank you very much. All right, good morning to all in Colombia. I'm going to try to share a screen with the presentation before I begin to do anything else.
Bien, espero que me veáis. Yo quiero comenzar diciendo...
I would like to begin by saying that I only know Colombia from the lectures and images that I have seen online. So just so that I'm going to be speaking about what I know is in my territory in Spain, about the Balearic Islands. I'm going to also make some connections with Colombia. I believe it's not right, but my mantra in this presentation is going to be the necessity of creating a connection. Because there is a cycle in the drug business that it was also exposed by Miguel Serrano. At the beginning of this workday, when he was speaking about production, consumption, there was a whole process.
Y yo voy a hablar de este último,
And I am going to speak about this last link of consumption. This is a cycle which many people are used as trash. In Baleares, where I do my research, this last link of this cycle, we are in the paradise of nightlife, of entertainment, which is connected to the addictive drugs and a lot of consumption of these as well. To understand the problem of drugs as the transformation, we must consider the relationship among three dimensions. On one side, the dimension of this creation, which sometimes we don't consider in ideology, in religions, in ethical part of the person. We must understand these transformations of these motivations to consume drugs. Legitimization is symbolic here, and it gives a deep sense to all the system of consumption. We also have the social political conditions. We can speak about this a lot. I haven't heard everything that has been said about this, but in some presentations I was able to hear some. And this is very important and clear to consider poverty, misery, and lack of hope, which a lot of people have. And poverty, I would like to clarify that it's simply material and moral, sometimes lack of expectations. These islands where I live, these are some marvelous islands, and I believe that here we are defined quite well. We are living an expansion situation, which we are varying in cultures. Here we use a term that's been adopted by the philosopher Hans. And if somebody can help me to explain that we are in the search of comfortability that's been
de afrontar los problemas o desafíos.
We are trying to face these problems, and this is derived towards communication in the whole vital processes, including in entertainment. We are living a type of imperative of happiness, the seek of something that's immediate, that's easy, something that is free of commitments. And of course, these two material measures, these three elements, will give you a cosmovision that is joined one with the other. Here we're doing it in a linear way, but it is very important to see this. And I also understand that we have spoken about the circumstances that facilitate an economy of support, which millions of people are benefiting themselves, and they create a network of agents, people who are helping with these consumption. And this wave since 2010 that considers as a center, as a focus of the empowerment of the women. All the women that are in the center is a very important topic. It's strategical to change the dependencies. We must also aware them, make them aware. We must not fall in consumption, as we have said. And it's so easy to, and we are not attending this. This feeds a system, this systems which we precisely want to transform, and there is a easy speech around this, and they subordinate women in different degrading stereotypes with certifications that have been published already. So in order to transform this system that is keeping the consumption logics, we must go against the flow of these complex problems. The change also implies to recover in addition, and this is the reason why I'm speaking about connections today. I was stating that I am in Europe, I am in Spain, in the Balearic Islands. These are four quick pieces of information. This is some of the nightlife that we have here. Now, so we can allocate ourselves in these islands. We have around 1.1 million people in population, and we receive 14 million tourists per year. 14 million tourists per year in 2019. Well, now we have precisely, it has reduced with COVID, but now we're beginning to see the rise. In these 14 million, more than 20% of these are young people who are attracted to come here because of the offer that we have in nightlife. Now, there's a question around all this that is so relevant. Is this a paradise for the people who like to consume? We believe that happiness or joy is not to do this, but it is important for us to give a response to all these questions on how they're seducing millions of people that participate in this paradise in time, which is toxic. And we have been treating this as toxic here. The cosmovision, this dimension of cosmovision also makes us understand a little bit of the ideology of entertainment, of pleasure, the discussion of normalization of consumption of drugs. Now, the base of the definition of freedom, it should be a supreme person, an individual that's disconnected from society, and that its nightlife, in the nightlife, they love a space where they have connection, where drugs can have an important fusion here, and pornographies as well of this job. Now, their nightlives are their church, the lights, the alcohol that takes them to the ecstasies in those white powders. And Nubia was speaking in her presentation, she was speaking about botellones, bottles. There's routes that are pilgrimage, and there are so many municipalities that have been promoting these routes that in some cases, like in Mallorca, and now they're developing this, which is Via Cruces, like in irony with the Via Cruces, so the cross stations in Holy Week, which is beer stations, and this is something that should be more seen in these connections, and they can enter into religion and postmodernity, and there's a temptation that is quite marked in the consumption of drugs that go to be sacred substances and quite associated to this model. Now, it marks this in party. Of course, there are some economical conditions together with the important economical entrances that could be developed around this nightlife. There are great expectations of business, especially on tourism, that also affects this environmental, making some neighborhoods become leisure neighborhoods, let's say them, given to this model of entertainment. And here we have some local governments that face some demands that are quite dissonant and that they must address. We must create conditions for a nightlife that is recreative, that's diverse, that is possible, that is safe, while in these times we must deal with these negative effects of this activity. Because the truth here as we were saying, in this sexual encounters with groups, now we can say alcohol. The government has said this already in Spain. The alcohol is the main substance, the entry door for all these consumptions, and is the detonant of many other consumptions that are risky. That's why from the preventive dimension, it's strategical to treat alcohol. Traditionally, the consumption of alcohol and drugs was related to many different factors as the social and personality problems in many people. However, in the last decades, we have had some change. This is another thing to consider in many places around the world. And in Baleares, in Spain, it's this way. The use and abuse of these substances are basically carried out by people who we can call normatives with resources. They do this in recreational environments at nightlife with a lot of prestige. with very attractive places, including, we can even say that consumption does not degrade. It gives you prestigious. It connects you. Those who do not consume has problems. The stupid person is those people who don't have a good life. In this sense, we enter this complexity life because this factor of poverty is not so explainable, even though it makes part of our system. And we all know that these consumptions favor all these inequalities. Now, in some of the studies that we have carried out, we have seen that there are many problems around the nightlife topic. They're diverse, they're linked or associated to the excess of alcohol, excess use of alcohol, drugs, accidents, the balcony, which has been made famous in Majorca, in some zones of Majorca, not because of this practice, many ways of violence, and the one that's been most seen and most known about is the sexual attacks in these violations of rapes that are also accompanied by some marketing that is fostering all these savage behaviors. This is something that I wanted to tell you. These fostering in hypersex of these nightlife contexts, and all the risk has a gender. Is a cosmovision part that also needs to be developed and go in depth. So we, even though it affects the non-sex, the dimension of a gender analysis allows us to see some very meaningful elements that differentiate the treatment that can be done among women and men. We have spoken about alcohol as a carbohydrate, and now we're going to enter to the aphrodisiac topic, which also helps to legitimize this system. These intersexuality promotions or fostering in these places for these women, they're being reduced as a seductive element. I'm not saying anything new. We all quite normal and used to seeing this, but I want to reflect on this that's been oriented to bring others to create expectations of some type of pleasure in a pure state, to in the carpe diem, in the freedom with no commitments, to leave that all these good things that we believe in. This is part of the model of this diversity, and in these images we must take part of it, because we can see this as degradation of people, but we can also re-victimize them and think that they are just simple sexual instructions, more erotism of pornography, and this is a legitimate ingredient of nightlife or parties. And here we have intervention of values, if it's legitimate or not, in the system in which we are in the moments and which legitimize the consumption. This is another image. Well, we all know this takes two different ways of prostitution. This is an image of a girl in a Mallorca neighborhood in Mallorca, where she's doing it for some money or for some drugs, and she'll do it for free. And here we're going to have a connection, which is quite bold or blunt. The woman who accepts BJ for some free liquor, and the woman who accepts to become a mule from one country to another for the exchange of some money. Now, to some point, how does the woman do it? Do they do it because they were submitted to it, where they were forced, or because they want to? We have both things. We must go in depth and dare ourselves to carry out some type of questions that are uncomfortable. Now, this is a very uncomfortable thing, which is fundamental. Why are the communication means in, and when do they bring these news out? Why do they show this? There are some communication mediums that seek to have this spectacle. They seek to, when these news appear, I would like to know what you think, that want to visualize, and they're seeking justice. To treat a topic in a serious way, Well, this is very important because we must visualize what is happening, but we must do it in a certain way. If the media are used to bringing out this type of news to simply seek to have the scandal factor so they can sell newspapers and news, and this is part of these agents that create and that favor this system. But also, in addition to this, I suppose that no one is surprised if I say that the media attracts this public. One of the things that they do in Majorca is through these scandals, the subliminal messages in marketing, so they can attract more German and British tourists. Women are treated as trash, reduced to assets, attractive assets. The body of a woman, but also the male body is always more exposed to different type of prostitution that affects everyone, it being racism, sexism, infantilism, any of those reductionisms of all these people. This helps for the process of subordination. And just to speak about women, also takes us to a lack of connection, to a trap. We must stop this paradigm and create something that allows reconnection, some type of fragmentation, a strategical one from the union and diversity, because from here we have to work together. And all this propaganda and intersectionality also have some consequences. The consequence that is direct are those effects of many people, specifically on those women when they do sexual things around Europe. The sexual violence is something that's constant in civilization story, and it continues to be well integrated in the postmodern, vibrant world, and that needs to be studied. Luckily, in Spain, we always have more people or more organizations that are working towards the documentation of this sexual violence in these spaces, and this is something that makes part of what is happening that is in the positive side. Now, when we're going to see some addictions, makes part of those solutions. Many of these addictive substances have women as customers, and we have other addictive accesses, and they have different relationships. They're all connected, and now we have new ones like betting, games, a lot of internet apps. Everybody, all these have interconnection. The transformation of the entertainment model, specifically for young people, is with no hesitations of path to prevent many ways of addictions and of all these things that we have been spoken about these 3 days. You're running out of time. Okay, I'm going to go faster. There are many different connections. I wanted to speak about this. There are several solutions as well in the platform formats that are social. In the work that we're carrying out, we must transform the entertainment model. There are so many hurdles, but we must seek other resources, specifically in the prevention environment. I wanted to speak a little bit more about the complete programs that we are working on in the territory, because we have to work from the territory in the quality entertainment platform that the government here is helping us with, from this project of reactivated families. So the family relationship, what we're seeking is for them to commit themselves with the promotion and the prevention and reformation of this entertainment, and it makes us apply this to this industry of entertainment, all that one we have without any social responsibility and with ethics. And we know that the growth should not only be economically, but also social culture and ethic. Social culture and ethic, and all the programs that we're supporting were the main governments to prevent alcohol and this nightlife. As this program that we have, there's a number of strategies that go from mobilization all the way The community side, we also have some solutions. We are also working on connecting one to the other. We must look at them as in a summary. We must improve and support all these strategies. We must socialize the responsibility of all the collective ones. This is a problem that it hurts all of us, and we must assess each step so we can have quality prevention. And here are some questions that I want to leave you as a take-home message, which is the bottom part of everything. As a society, we want to solve the problems with addictions. Do our societies want to finish with drug trafficking and the system that maintains it? From these two questions are like the last one. Are we willing to give opportunities to women so our potential can emerge and it can be a transformer? I'm not sure that we're willing to do all this. We have the accountability of making all these components from the feminine side of the social history visible, and these women, when they become victims, is not the correct way. It feeds the systems, and those women, well, we have a great proactive capabilities that we must strengthen, create the best conditions so we can blossom. And I would wrap this up here. I will leave an homage to those women who are farmers in Colombia, of all those that we must learn so much from. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now those people who are present, with those questions, that they can send the questions via chat from the presentation that we have. Perdón, no le escucho a ella para poderle traducir. On the presentations, perdón, no le, I'm sorry, I cannot hear her, so I can interpret. Lorraine is going to present under the title of Sexual and Genders. She's the main public health issues author of
She's a researcher. She works in the analysis of sex and genders and the test about consumptions of methamphetamines, and she has worked in several reports for different governments in respect of how they generate policy. So Lorraine, thank you very much for being with us. Lorraine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm calling you from Canada
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Los estoy llamando desde Canadá
I'm very
hoy.
happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. As mentioned, I'm in Vancouver, and I'm part of the Center of Excellence for Women's Health, which our main focus is on bringing evidence from research to practice for women to improve women's health, and most of our work is on substance use. One of the key messages today is that I just talked to you about how sex and gender both affect substance use. I'm going to explain that a little bit. How sex and gender intersect with a whole lot of factors, that some of which you've heard about, like race and age and poverty, to affect substance solutions are required to actually engage women and to really some of the root causes that were just mentioned in the previous presentation, the root causes of harm to women who use substances. As has been mentioned, women usually use far fewer substances quantities, but because of sex differences, women become intoxicated faster and dependent faster. So in harm, poor health, and all the dangers just heard about violence, victimization, sexual exploitation. And also, the issues you heard around pregnancy are really key issues for women because there is so much stigma connected to women's use of substances, especially when they're pregnant or mothers. This is the editorial of a special issue of a journal, Information into Programs and Policies and Better Responses. So, substances affect male and female bodies differently, and there are gender gaps in substance use, but as I mentioned, they're often beginning to narrow. There are lots of different ways. There are biological responses to drugs, how we metabolize drugs or how our organs function that are specific. There's different consequences used for men and women, girls and boys. And prevention and treatment, therefore, needs to be tailored differently. And the reproductive roles of men and women being different require responses. So our bodies are more sensitive to drugs, women. In society, women are often exploited, you've heard, by a lot of other factors. Coercion, the patriarchal system, sexism, racism, and poverty. And as a result, we need to aid equity in our entire society in order to remedy situations. So at the Center of Excellence, we rely on these 4 principles to try and respond to substance use, obviously including sex and gender evidence, and also focusing on gender equity and culturally safe response to women and girls. And also, very important, recognizing the trauma that can also underpin often substance use. And these kinds of trauma are so gendered. So we believe very strongly that the responses to substance use must be informed by all of these perspectives. By working with service providers, policymakers, and women who use substances to try and get the right responses in place. So in short, we are looking for the gender transformative solutions. And what that means is that we focus equally on improving women's status with responding to the drug use. And that often means empowering women can be one of the key solutions to both prevention and drug use or substance use. There are a lot of approaches out there, and you can see the red ones here. We don't really to support. That is gender blind or gender unequal. The yellow ones are better than that in that we recognize the impact, tailor our programs, sometimes to have women-specific programs and men-specific programs that can really actually respond. Here's an example. In Vancouver, a place called Sister Space, which is a woman-only overdose prevention site. And in Canada, we have a government that supports overdose prevention sites. These are safe injection sites where people who use illicit drugs can go and in a safe environment, clean environment, use a drug with some supervision. To the experience because there are no men there and can get assistance on their overall health. And this is turned to be a safe space for women. But sex and gender matter differently in all of the substances. So at the Center of Excellence, we have these pamphlets on cannabis, methamphetamine, tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs, where behind what the research says on sex and gender differences. Sex-related factors, which are biological, can affect our ingestion of drugs. You heard earlier about how ovarian hormones can affect drug taking in animals. You also heard of neurobiology. We know, for example, women have more chronic pain drugs or seek more opioids in particular, often through prescription. And, you know, not to be underestimated, sometimes smaller bodies, smaller lungs, smaller ways, more fat can affect all the ways which substances are processed by the body. This chart from Gendered Innovations at Stanford University, which I recommend, because it sorts out for you all the ways in which body composition, heart rate, gastric motility, organ function in general can actually affect women's bodies differently. And therefore, we have to tailor our responses. Gender also is very complex. It's it makes a difference as to society you have, whether or not you're susceptible to violence and coercion, whether or not you're expected to do things or not, whether or not your relationships, whether they're heterosexual or homosexual, gay or lesbian, make a difference. It makes a difference to what kind of power you have in a relationship. And gender identity, we're learning, is making a difference too. What your commitments are to femininity or masculinity, or whether you're transgender, all make a difference to what kinds of substances you might use and what harms you might acquire. And this all interacts with a lot of other issues like race and age, or culture, or income, or education. So it's a complex way to interpret use, but it matters that we take all of these things down and locate them among all these big structural factors, such as sexism and racism and homophobia and colonialism, because in fact, these are the structures that perpetuate the inequalities. But coming back to the kinds of responses we need to women in particular, it's important we use a trauma-informed approach, a gender-informed approach, and a sex-informed. Be getting more specific in terms of how we respond to women. So let's take an example of alcohol. In Canada, we have low-risk alcohol drinking guidelines, and they are sex-specific. In other words, we recommend, as you can see here, 2 drinks for women as a maximum, and 3 for men at one time, maximum. And we say that's not sexist, it's science. And the science is based on the points on the right. Women generally lower weight and less water, more fat, and lower level enzymes that break down alcohol. So these lower limits are in the low-risk alcohol drinking guidelines to indicate that women may be intoxicated on less alcohol and could be therefore more unsafe. These matters around alcohol use and pregnancy, they're also gendered. Although we recommend 0 alcohol during pregnancy, this is influenced a lot by the partner women might have, and also by factors like stress and violence against women in the relationship. Previous trauma, also correlated, we find, with tobacco use and previous and ongoing addiction. So it's not just sex, but gender that make a difference. Cannabis is another example. In Canada, cannabis is legal, and it has been for almost 3 years now. We've got this very long report that you can read about the sex and issues surrounding cannabis use. And definitely, at the moment, we see still that more women and more frequently, like a lot of other instances. But women and men tend to use different forms of cannabis. More men smoke it and more women use edibles or eat it. There are different experiences of effects and withdrawals. Women become more dependent more quickly on cannabis. That's the telescoping concept you heard about earlier. We still don't know enough about what goes on with pregnancy and parenting and the use of cannabis. And we certainly need a lot more information on that. And we are currently doing a study on vaping cannabis pregnant women to try and get their perspectives and their of information they rely on to vape cannabis during pregnancy. We do know that no drugs at all during pregnancy is the best, but that's not necessarily realistic. And so we like to take a harm reduction approach that is more realistic of women's actual lives. We have a sex, gender, and cannabis hub. If you're interested in cannabis, we post all the most recent information we can find and our analysis of it on all of these matters that I have mentioned. With opioids, we've taken sex and gender approach to opioids as well and find some differences here. Women, as I mentioned, have more chronic pain, and they often go to doctors seeking pain relief. And it's no surprise, therefore, that most women's opioid dependence start the doctor's prescription. And women use a lot of prescription drugs to cope with trauma and negative emotions. They're more easily prescribed drugs, potentially because doctors may have stereotypes about women's pain and women's psychology. When it's not a prescription, they often start using an opioid with a partner. And we have done some studies looking at that use and find that there is often coercion between women regarding injection drug use. Women often be helped by men to inject drugs, often want that. And so men and women become quite linked together, especially if they are in a relationship around that drug use. Men are much more likely to die from illegally obtained opioids, die alone and from an overdose. And they're much more likely to engage women partners, often in sex work, to get drug money. So some of the things we have found is that women, as with all these drugs, experience way more stigma around opioid use and sometimes stay away from some of the safe injection sites that I mentioned earlier because of that stigma or because of the violence in the mixed gender sites. Often these stereotypes about women and drug use are poor mothers or that they're sex workers. But in reality, there's a lot of sexism that put women needle or using contaminated equipment, exposes women to HIV, or they have a drug or an inferior drug supply compared to their lives. So there are a lot of other harms that come to women that are gendered and sex specific. We consulted with a lot of women who were mothers who had used or were using opioids to find out what they wish practitioners would know in dealing with them. And they want more respect and acknowledgement that harm reduction mean that opioid use or other drug use can continue, and you can also become a good mother at the same time. So they want more compassion, not condescension, and more support, and less intervention from the state, whether that's about criminalization or whether it's about taking their children away. So they were very clear about the fact that just because you use drugs does not make you a bad mother. And I think this is a perspective that is not necessarily well recognized. In summary, your body and the sex-related factors matters to what happens to you when you take a drug, but society plays a role as well in terms of structuring your relationships and power imbalances that affect your access to resources as women. And the impact of both sex and gender is profound. We still don't have good research and enough research. So therefore, our policies still overlook some of these key issues mentioned, and therefore fail to reduce harm and ultimately the inequities behind some of the harms. We need to focus very much on the structural issues, as poverty and discrimination and violence against women. We've done a study about what happened during COVID in Canada to women on violence against women and substance use, and found that both of these things are epidemics in the context of COVID. So we have increase that come from isolation and come from less employment outside the home for women, and therefore less as well as isolation. So being gender transformative means we actually have to change the equality and equity around where this is a big job, and in the meantime we can certainly talk about sex-related evidence and provide that information to women and to providers. So we have sheets like these that you can get easily, read yourself, and to give to the women with whom you might work. I just want to mention the Women's Harm Reduction International Network. Say don't punish women who use drugs. We endorse that approach. I think it is counterproductive. And we try as much as possible to engage women who use drugs in what we do. So here are some of the publications that you could find. I'm happy to take questions. I want to thank you for your interest. And my main is that sex and gender both matter, but we need to get at the root causes of substance use among women and the root causes of the harms that come before we can really respond adequately. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lorraine. Bueno, sería imposible resumir tantas ideas sugerentes y tantas aportaciones en una frase, pero voy a...
much. This is a phrase, but I am going to try to at least to mark those things that have attracted my attention, at least my attention. In first place, it is very important to speak about the consumption of drugs without criminalizing, without thinking that of those women who are consuming to be able to help them. So we began this in Argentina. As we can see that we finished speaking about the necessity of speaking about the damage that this is creating in the gender. Among others, we have had a lot of information that is important about the stigma, I believe, which is the key word to understand the impact of this abuse among women and how it makes pregnant women, for example, that they do not receive all the support or the help that they need. And it has been very impacting with all the work that Maria Pia has done on the equity side of this mandate with women, and that they do not avoid these drugs. The most important thing to understand is why women have access to these programs. How is this topic of gender and sex, and the moment I need to seek help or to look for a solution, the entertainment part of the use of alcohol, which is very important for the public health, for me, because all the consumptions that they normally have, and it's fundamental for, because of the sexualism of the woman's body and how this sexualization of this women body is so important as well. And at the moment we address this, the abuse of drugs, in the moment we have to understand the use of alcohol. There's multiple abuse here with different perspectives and different ways. I have liked that because of the community to or the communitary support, and I believe this is an important part when we're seeking for prevention for this gender. I see it, and I believe that we have wrapped this up in a brilliant way, and many things that we have spoken about and around the gender and sex, and to consider some variables that are biological that drive the consumption of these substances and the impact of these substances on women, but also to consider the gender and all the social things that begin to contribute this inequality. So this is quite sensitive for the stigma, and also where we consider the damage that these women go through because of the same stigma that makes the treatment more difficult, makes the recovery more difficult. It is more difficult just to understand how these substances impact us as women, and how, at the end of the day, there is a series of factors that are associated to sex and also to gender and the economical part as well. I have liked the idea of transformative solutions. I believe that this is in relation to all the presentations that we have seen this morning, and all the affirmative solutions from the damage side, from the effects that women go through, and to also respect themselves. And all right, so starting from these points, we have some questions in our chat. If you believe it's okay, I can begin to ask them so we can discuss them among both four. The first question is, do you consider that these treatments and why are important, and why? Do you consider these treatments should be only for women in these centers where we have women? I'm sorry, can I hear her correctly? I cannot interpret. Can she speak louder? Any one of you would like to answer this question? This is just a comment instead of a question. It's one of the things, difficulties that women have to have access to these treatments of the psychoactive substances. And we know that these treatments sometimes there isn't any specific space or proper space so women can feel like as women, and they continue to be good wives, continue to be good mothers, and to continue to carry out the task in a joyful way. But I do not know these treatments. I'm sorry, she must speak nearer to the microphone so we can hear her in the interpretation booth.
¿Puedo intervenir?
Go ahead. Yes, can I intervene, Monse? That means I can take it. All right, so I am working from the prevention side, from prevention, basic prevention side, and I believe it's very important to have these treatment centers and for them to be adequate or proper ones, and the reduction of damage for those people who are consumers, I believe, is fundamental. And I will make use of this question to say that one of the obstacles to carry out prevention, to do prevention with high quality, because this struggle that the ones we do now is very low quality, is just the importance that we're given it. We're within the trend of having a treatment model to grow that is very medicated. We have been talking about medications here, and to abandon the prevention. I believe both things must go hand to hand. but there isn't any resources for this, and we are missing a lot of resources for prevention. And obviously, I will make the emphasis here. The treatment is very easy to be seen. It's easy to, it's already there, and it's must improve. Where we're missing this in the preventive measures, we're going to prevent.
Tantos clientes necesarios.
There aren't so many unnecessary clients or customers for this treatment. Maria Pia, your turn. I believe that, open this question a little bit, in Argentina, historically, there's more offer of treatments and devices for these values, for men, excuse me, and for men, there's a lot of virginity here to totalize this, and it is very important and it's urgent to have a perspective of the gender in all this of rights or law, as well as the one we work with diversity and those that are specifically vulnerable. So in our context, if there are more treatments for men, and we must make them into a set of devices and all this preventive works and fostering and production of health to incorporate all the gender perspective and also of law. Because right now, in the consumption humanity, there is broad environments, and I'm not going to generalize on this, but there are certain views of very punitive sentences that damage, and that it's on the view of dignity of these people, or the perspective of dignity of these people. And there's a condition that is very important, that is based apart from the gender one, but if we're guaranteed that the person is going to be heard and respected as a subject of law after we have spoken, this is basic. And this is in the common sense when we have all these aspects, the guiltiness, and we're looking at this in some specific places that are functional to some policies or repressive interventions that exclude and that leaves the transformation, the allocation outside of the box, but before these basic conditions of human dignity that is being vulnerable or reached in this intersectionality that we have been mentioning. Knowing these topic about boys and girls, which is also a problem. Very few in Argentina who are beginning to have these type of spaces. This is also another discussion for boys and girls. They're also asking in the chat if there are any strategies or programs for pregnant women. And I imagine that she needs to speak louder, excuse me, cannot hear her. In the psychoactive consumption. Do you know if in Canada there's specific programs for pregnant women?
There are definitely programs for pregnant women. We have some that are in hospital, one in Vancouver at BC Women's Hospital. Takes pregnant women who are addicted to various substances in the hospital for 1 or 2 months, and support mothers are assigned to them as they give birth, and they are given support in making a decision of what happens to their children and whether or not they want to mother their children and keep them, in which case they are given support, whether they want to give up their children. But it's done by involving the mother. There are community-based programs also for women who are pregnant and new mothers who use drugs and other substances. And these are often dealing with all the other needs that women may have, such as food or housing help or advice on relationships so that they're not enduring violence. But the basic premise of both of these kinds of programs is that women are being supported in being mothers, even if they use substances, and that there is an attempt to build on the strengths and the skills that they already have in order to make success happen and to bring health to their children and to themselves. So these are what we call strengths-based programs that are trauma-informed. We recognize a lot of trauma in many women's lives, but we build on the strengths that they have, helping them to networks that are social so that they can progress. They are harm reduction. They're not necessarily asking women to stop using substances. That's an important point. Thank you.
Gracias a ti.
Thank you.
Me preguntan también,
They're also asking me, how can you measure the damage? What are the indicators in this damage according to gender based on the use of drugs that are not regulated? What would be the rate of this damage in the women's case?
Yo creo que la reducción de daños en el caso de las mujeres no
I
puede
believe that the reduction of this damage in women that are consuming the substances, but it also must go in the context. In this film, the substances are showing the qualities, but if there are some indicators,
Sí, yo tampoco conozco, pero sería.
yes, I do not know any of them, but I know it's a challenge included here in these records, and all the assessment systems reduce these inequalities also with diversities, which I also believe we must put them on the agenda with all this. The hope of life itself is quite difficult, and it's also associated to this type of situations of vulnerability and social suffering, especially. I believe that to make these indicators and these records adequate is urgent, and I also believe that like micro system things in gender or these social aspects that are historical, how are we studying them? Methodological discussions and instrumental discussions. I believe it cannot be in the same place as a variable, and this needs other way for us to allow us how to compare them, to get to know, to see the comprehensive part and the speculative and the qualitative and the phenomenons more beyond what we can translate. All right. I believe that we have indicators for the reduction of the damage and at individual level of these people who are in the process of this treatment, and that these are indicators that are individual. But the most difficult thing here are those indicators at the social level and communitary level. In those concrete contexts, evidently, we are missing those, because this is what we have been working on during some projects. For example, how much alcohol is sold to young people by the supermarkets? How are the legislations being met or the laws being met? We know that there are some connections among all these things, and there are some variables that are intermediate, and fundamental. If there are some legislations that they cannot, or laws that cannot sell alcohol, liquor to these young people, how much do they sell? How much don't they sell? So there should be some investigations carried out to see this, and this will be an indicator measure of the reduction of damage that we can consider very important. This is a very good question. There are some indicators, but at the prevention level, they're not being used. We use them more at the community level and broader. They're using them at the individual level because the trend that we are trying to do is to reduce this topic a lot around the individual level. And it is a lot more complicated and it is more difficult to transfer it to the social level. So for us to change this, we would have to do this and to see that factor within the environment of those contexts is where we produce this, the entertainment environment, for example. The reduction of this damage would have to be associated with the context of sports and consumption that favor this advertisement, those betting games that are related to all this. How do we disconnect? How do we disconnect the consumption of these entertainment models? We can discuss a lot upon this topic, but this is a question and this is a topic to create some indicators that are for the reduction of this. This is a challenge and I will keep this. I agree with you. I believe that the collective cares, those among partners and groups in the territory, in several neighborhoods, there are some networks and organizations among neighbors, and there in Latin America, there are so many experiences of the reduction of damage, working in popular education and the community and territorial work has recovered all these practices and the collective prevention. This, and I believe that in the practice, the reduction has been in its path for the collective part and it has surpassed the reduction in individual level, and this would be interested to give value to this in the indicators. These, for example, the work networks and group indicators and normal standards, pairs. I believe this is a series of number of analyses and dimensions that I believe will be very interesting in the system. All right, so the hope of having these indicators in these genders going to be sensitive to the inequality of women. This is a topic in these presentations of awareness of methodologies. I would like to thank you again for the attention here. It's morning time in Colombia, afternoon in Spain. I hope that you are well and for you to enjoy the rest of the event and week. If anyone that's listening to me, I would like to tell you that Block 3 will begin at 2 o'clock and it's going to be under the topic of consumption of and inequality of gender. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.